In late 1944, as the war seemed lost and the horizon filled with smoke, one man sat alone at a wooden table, staring at maps that showed Germany collapsing from every direction. The Red Army overwhelmed the east, American factories drowned the west in steel, British bombers burned the night skies, the empire Hitler promised as eternal was dying in slow motion. In that moment of desperation, Adolf Hitler turned not to his youngest or most fanatical commanders, but to the one general who represented everything the Old Prussian military tradition stood for, a man defined by discipline, structure, and cold calculation. His name was Gerd von Rundstedt, the most senior field commander in the German army, a soldier of the old world suddenly forced to carry out the madness of the new. Rundstedt did not roar. He did not rush. He did not intoxicate himself with ideology. He was deliberate, composed, measured, a general whose instinct came not from impulse but from decades of war. He had served the Kaiser, he had served the Republic, and now, reluctantly, he served a dictator who believed he could bend reality through sheer will. Rundstedt was a soldier, not a dreamer. He understood the truth long before Hitler did. The war was lost. Germany could not defeat the industrial might of America or the endless manpower of the Soviet Union. Yet duty held him like chains. A lifetime of military obedience does not break simply because logic demands it. By autumn of 1944, the Reich was starving. Fuel was gone. Cities were ruins. The Western Front had collapsed after Normandy. German forces retreated across France and Belgium, desperate, bleeding, exhausted. Hitler summoned Rundstedt out of retirement again, demanding that he stabilize the front and turn defeat into victory. Rundstedt returned not out of enthusiasm, but because he could not reject the uniform. He looked at the maps, at the forests of the Ardennes, at the thinly held American lines, and he said the words that would define the last German offensive in the West. Make peace, you cannot win. Hitler ignored him, and then came the plan. Hitler believed that if Germany struck one last time with everything it had, if it shattered the Allied line, reached Antwerp, and split the British and American armies apart, he could force a negotiated settlement. Rundstedt saw only disaster, an offensive built on fantasy, fueled by fuel that no longer existed, and entrusted to divisions that could barely function. Yet he was ordered to lead it. And a soldier obeys. In December 1944, under darkness and blinding snow, Rundstedt unleashed the Ardennes offensive. Panzer divisions rolled into the forest. Paratroopers infiltrated enemy lines. Artillery shattered the silence. American troops, believing the sector quiet, were stunned. Rundstedt, the calm architect, had just struck the Allies with a hammer. Towns fell. Crossroads trembled. The line bent under the weight of tanks and steel. For a brief, flickering moment, it seemed as if history itself hesitated. Could Germany actually reverse fate? Could Rundstedt's disciplined approach succeed where blind fanaticism had not? But the Ardennes forest is not a collection of roads, it is a maze, and the offensive required fuel that did not exist. Rundstedt watched as panzer commanders radioed back with the same message, again and again. We are out of fuel. Tanks that had crushed resistance hours earlier now stood frozen in the snow like dead animals. Supply wagons bogged down in mud. Soldiers scavenged gasoline from abandoned American vehicles, stealing drops of hope from the very enemy they were trying to defeat. Rundstedt requested permission to withdraw to salvage what was left. Hitler refused. Rundstedt repeated the truth. Make peace. Hitler removed him from command. The Ardennes offensive collapsed. Thousands of young men died for nothing. The last offensive of the Reich became the last illusion of the Reich. Gerd von Rundstedt, the Old Prussian general, stepped into history not as a conqueror, but as a man who understood that obedience without conscience is the most dangerous weapon of all. After the war, he was arrested, interrogated, and asked to explain why he continued to serve a regime he privately doubted. His only answer was the final confession of a lifetime soldier. I am a soldier. I follow orders. History judged him not for his brilliance, but for his obedience. Rundstedt reminds us that a brilliant mind can still become a tragic figure, not because of what he did, but because of what he refused to resist. Tonight, we return to the snow of the Ardennes, to the crossroads where tanks froze, to the maps where arrows promised miracles and delivered only graves, to the man who served every Germany that ever existed and never learned how to say no. This is the entire story of Gerd von Rundstedt, commander of the Ardennes offensive, architect of Germany's final gamble, and a warning of what happens when obedience becomes destiny. Before we begin, tell me, where in the world are you listening from? And what time is it for you right now? I want to imagine the place you are in, whether you are settling down for the night, lying in the dark, or listening while the world around you sleeps. And if these slow journeys through history help you relax, unwind, or drift into sleep, consider subscribing. It lets me know that someone out there values deep storytelling told without rushing, and it keeps me motivated to return and create the next chapter for you. December 16th, 1944. Ziegenberg Castle, nestled in the frozen forests of Western Germany, stands silent as a tomb. In a sparse office, within its stone walls, a 70-year-old man sits behind a desk, reading an operational order that will send 250,000 men into battle within hours. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, Commander-in-Chief West, does not smile. He does not nod with approval. His weathered face, carved by decades of military service, betrays nothing except perhaps a flicker of contempt. The document before him outlines Operation Wacht am Rhein, Hitler's desperate gamble to split the Allied armies and capture the Belgian port of Antwerp. Rundstedt has already told his staff what he thinks of this plan. This damned thing hasn't got a leg to stand on. The old Prussian aristocrat holding these orders represents a dying world. Born on December 12, 1875, in the provincial town of Aschersleben, Gerd von Rundstedt emerged from 8 centuries of military lineage. The Rundstedt family had served German rulers since the medieval period, producing generation after generation of officers who viewed military service not as a profession, but as a birthright. Young Gerd grew up in a world of rigid social hierarchy, where honour, duty, and obedience to authority were not mere virtues, but the pillars of existence. By the time he entered the Imperial German Army as a cadet in 1892, the patterns of his life had already been set by centuries of tradition. This background shaped everything about the man Rundstedt would become. He embodied the Prussian military ideal: disciplined, competent, personally austere, despite his aristocratic privilege. His worldview centered on classical military theory, the doctrines of Bewegungskrieg, warfare of movement, and Kesselschlacht, the Battle of Encirclement that had defined Prussian victories since the days of Frederick the Great. Throughout his early career, Rundstedt proved himself a capable staff officer, mastering the intricate details of operational planning and logistics. He was not a fiery battlefield commander who led cavalry charges or inspired troops with passionate speeches. Instead, he was the calculating brain behind complex operations, the man who could move armies across maps with cold precision. Yet by 1944, this product of the 19th century found himself commanding in the service of a regime he privately despised. Adolf Hitler and the Nazi Party represented everything Rundstedt's class had historically disdained: vulgarity, ideological fanaticism, contempt for traditional military autonomy. The old field marshal was a monarchist who had watched with dismay as the Kaiser abdicated in 1918. He had no love for the Weimar Republic that followed, viewing democracy as mob rule. When Hitler rose to power in 1933, Rundstedt saw him, as many conservative German officers did, as a necessary evil, a strong leader who would restore German military power and erase the humiliation of Versailles. It was a Faustian bargain that would define Rundstedt's career and ultimately his place in history. The man waiting for dawn on December 16th was caught in a web of contradictions. He had helped plan some of Nazi Germany's most spectacular military victories, earning his field marshal's baton for the conquest of France in 1940. Yet he had also clashed repeatedly with Hitler over strategy, being dismissed twice for recommending retreats that military logic demanded but Nazi ideology forbade. His nickname among German troops was Der alte Herr, the old gentleman, a term of respect that acknowledged both his aristocratic bearing and his 70 years. He was the oldest field marshal in active command, a relic from an earlier age attempting to wage a modern war in service to a madman. Rundstedt's personal habits revealed the toll this contradiction extracted. He was an alcoholic who began drinking cognac at lunch and continued into the evening. He was a chain smoker whose headquarters constantly smelled of tobacco. His health was deteriorating, his heart weakening under the strain of age and stress. In meetings with subordinates, he often appeared detached, even indifferent, as if the outcome of the war no longer truly concerned him. Some staff officers wondered if he continued serving out of duty, habit, or simply because he knew no other life. The Prussian officer corps had been his family, the army, his home, for more than 5 decades. Now, on the eve of Germany's last major offensive in the West, Rundstedt found himself in command of an operation he believed would fail. The plan bore Hitler's fingerprints throughout, demanding objectives that outstripped available resources and timelines that defied military logic. When Rundstedt had first received detailed briefings on the operation in October, his reaction had been one of barely concealed disbelief. When he and Field Marshal Walter Model, commander of Army Group B, had proposed modifications to make the plan more realistic, Hitler had exploded with rage. The Führer demanded Antwerp, nothing less, insisting that capturing this vital Allied supply port would force the British and Americans to negotiate peace. The operational order on Rundstedt's desk called for 28 divisions, including 12 Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions, to smash through the weakly held American lines in the Ardennes forest. These forces would drive 125 miles to the northwest, cross the Meuse River within 2 days, and reach Antwerp within a week. The plan required perfect weather, adequate fuel supplies that did not exist, and Allied paralysis that seemed unlikely. Rundstedt had calculated the odds privately, perhaps 10% chance of success, and success meaning reaching the Meuse, not Antwerp. His staff officers were even more pessimistic, though they kept their doubts whispered in private conversations. What role, then, did this Old Prussian actually play in the operation that would bear his name in history books? The uncomfortable truth was that Rundstedt was Commander-in-Chief West, largely in name only. Hitler retained direct control of the offensive through the Oberkommando der Wehrmacht, the Armed Forces High Command, led by the servile Wilhelm Keitel and the more capable but equally subordinate Alfred Jodl. Major decisions required approval from the Führer's headquarters, not from Rundstedt's command post. Field Marshal Model, whose Army Group B would conduct the actual attack, often bypassed Rundstedt entirely to communicate directly with Berlin. The 3 army commanders leading the assault, Sepp Dietrich of the 6th SS Panzer Army, Hasso von Manteuffel of the 5th Panzer Army, and Erich Brandenberger of the 7th Army, all knew that Hitler's favour mattered more than Rundstedt's approval. So why did Hitler keep the old man in command? The answer lay in Rundstedt's reputation. Despite his age and declining influence, Rundstedt remained Germany's most prestigious field marshal. His name carried weight among German soldiers and international observers alike. Having Rundstedt's signature on operational orders lent them legitimacy, made them appear to be the products of professional military judgment rather than Hitler's increasingly detached strategic fantasies. Rundstedt was, in effect, a living rubber stamp, a facade of military professionalism, concealing the reality of a dictatorship directing its own destruction. The Field Marshal understood his position perfectly. After the war, in interrogations with Allied officers, Rundstedt would be remarkably candid about his role. When asked why he accepted command of an operation he believed doomed, he offered no stirring defense of duty or honour. Instead, he simply noted that orders had to be followed, that he was a soldier, that personal opinions about strategy were irrelevant once decisions had been made. It was the response of a man whose entire identity had been shaped by obedience to authority, even when that authority was leading Germany to annihilation. The Prussian code that had defined 8 centuries of Rundstedt family service allowed for tactical disagreement, but demanded strategic compliance. Yet Rundstedt's apparent fatalism concealed a more troubling reality. He was not simply a helpless old man trapped by circumstances beyond his control. Throughout his career, he had made choices, often choices that aligned his professional excellence with Nazi Germany's criminal enterprise. He had commanded Army Group South during the invasion of Poland in September 1939, achieving a brilliant encirclement of Polish forces, while SS Einsatzgruppen death squads followed in his wake, murdering Polish civilians and Jews. He had directed the stunning breakthrough at Sedan in May 1940, demonstrating the power of armoured warfare, while accepting a military dictatorship that used such victories to enslave Europe. He had led the drive into Ukraine in June 1941, his operational artistry opening the door for the Holocaust in the Soviet Union. The tension between Rundstedt's military competence and his moral culpability would haunt historical assessments of his career. He was undeniably skilled at the operational art of war, capable of coordinating complex multi-division movements and exploiting enemy weaknesses with the precision his Prussian education had instilled. But this excellence served a regime conducting wars of annihilation and genocide. Rundstedt claimed after the war that he had no authority over SS units, that he was unaware of mass murders occurring in his command areas, that politics was not his concern. These claims were at best incomplete and at worst deliberately misleading. Documents would later show that Wehrmacht units under his command cooperated with SS killers, that his headquarters received reports of massacres, that he signed orders that facilitated atrocities. The photograph most commonly associated with Rundstedt shows him in full-dress uniform, his field marshal's baton visible, his expression serious and composed. It is the image of professional military authority, of a career officer who happened to serve during Germany's darkest period. But this image, like Rundstedt himself, conceals as much as it reveals. Behind the aristocratic bearing and military decorations was a man who had made his peace with serving evil, who had subordinated his professional judgment to a fanatic's dreams, who had allowed his name and reputation to legitimize operations he knew were doomed. As dawn approached on December 16th, 1944, Rundstedt prepared for the opening of the Ardennes offensive. Artillery units were moving into final firing positions. Tank crews were conducting last-minute maintenance checks. Infantry divisions were gathering in assembly areas behind the front lines. In a few hours, 1,600 German guns would fire simultaneously, announcing the beginning of Hitler's last gamble in the West. Rundstedt would be informed of the results, would forward reports to Berlin, would maintain the fiction that he was commanding this operation. But the truth was simpler and more damning. He was a 70-year-old Prussian aristocrat whose entire life had prepared him to follow orders, and now those orders were leading 250,000 men into a battle he believed they could not win. The story of the Ardennes offensive is often told as a tale of American resilience, of units like the 101st Airborne defending Bastogne against overwhelming odds, of Patton's Third Army racing north to the rescue. These narratives are true and inspiring, but there is another story, darker and more complex, about the men who planned and led the German side of the battle. Gerd von Rundstedt stands at the centre of this story, not as a hero or even as a tragic figure, but as something more troubling. A competent professional who placed his skills in service to a criminal enterprise, who knew better but served anyway, who represented the moral bankruptcy of an entire military culture. Understanding Rundstedt means understanding how traditional military values of duty, obedience, and professional excellence can become instruments of evil when separated from moral judgment. The Old Prussian would survive the war, would be captured by American forces, would face questions about his role in Nazi crimes, but ultimately avoid prosecution. He would die in 1953, honoured by many as a great German soldier. But the operation he commanded in December 1944, the Ardennes offensive, would stand as a monument to the catastrophic results of professional competence divorced from moral courage. It was not merely a military failure, but a human failure, a demonstration of what happens when skilled men follow orders they know are wrong, when expertise serves ideology, when the old codes of honour prove inadequate for confronting modern evil. This is the story of Gerd von Rundstedt, the old gentleman who commanded Hitler's last offensive, and the price that Germany and Europe and the world paid for his service. September 1st, 1914. Lieutenant Gerd von Rundstedt, 38 years old, stands in a railway station in East Prussia as troop trains roll past carrying reservists to the front. The German Empire has been at war for less than a week, and already the carefully prepared mobilization plans are unfolding with mechanical precision. Rundstedt is not a frontline combat officer, but a staff captain assigned to the 83rd Infantry Regiment, part of the machinery that will coordinate the movement of armies across Europe. Around him, soldiers sing patriotic songs, confident that they will be home by Christmas. Rundstedt, trained in the rigorous Prussian staff system, knows better. He has studied military history, knows that wars are won by logistics and planning as much as by courage. He watches, trains and calculates divisions, corps, supply requirements, movement schedules. This is his kind of war. The world that shaped Rundstedt's military thinking was one of rigid hierarchy and careful preparation. He had entered the Imperial German Army in 1892 as an officer cadet, joining the system that had made Prussia the dominant military power in Europe. The Prussian army was not simply a fighting force, but a state within a state, an institution that saw itself as the guardian of German national identity and power. Officers like Rundstedt were groomed from youth to see military service as the highest calling, superior to commerce, politics, or intellectual pursuits. The aristocratic officer corps maintained strict standards of birth and behaviour, viewing themselves as fundamentally different from and superior to ordinary citizens. Rundstedt's early military education followed the pattern established after Prussia's humiliating defeat by Napoleon in 1806. The reforms of Scharnhorst and Gneisenau had created the Kriegsakademie, the War Academy, where promising officers learned the art of staff, work, and operational planning. Rundstedt attended this institution, absorbing lessons about the Kesselschlacht, the Battle of Encirclement that had destroyed French armies at Sedan in 1870. He studied the elder von Moltke's campaigns, learning how railways and telegraphs could coordinate the movements of armies separated by hundreds of miles. He memorized the principle that wars were won before they began, through superior planning and organization. The First World War shattered many assumptions but reinforced Rundstedt's faith in professional military expertise. He spent the war in staff positions, never commanding troops in combat but always working to coordinate the movement and supply of fighting units. He witnessed the stalemate of trench warfare on the Western Front, the grinding attrition that consumed armies faster than nations could replace them. He saw how the younger von Moltke's modifications to the Schlieffen Plan had failed to achieve decisive victory in 1914, how Germany had been forced into a two-front war that strained its resources to the breaking point. But he also saw how professional staff work kept German armies in the field for 4 years against numerically superior enemies. The war's end in November 1918 devastated men like Rundstedt more than the fighting itself had. Germany surrendered not because Allied armies had conquered its territory, but because political collapse at home, revolution, mutiny, and exhaustion had destroyed the will to fight. The Kaiser abdicated and fled to Holland. Socialist revolutionaries briefly controlled Berlin. To career officers raised on the Prussian Code, this was the ultimate betrayal. The civilian population and weak politicians stabbing the army in the back, just as it prepared to negotiate an honourable peace. This stab-in-the-back myth would poison German politics for the next quarter century. Rundstedt absorbed it completely, adding contempt for democracy and civilian leadership to his existing aristocratic prejudices. The Treaty of Versailles in June 1919 formalised Germany's humiliation. The victorious Allies imposed harsh terms, massive reparations payments, loss of territory, and most galling to professional soldiers, reduction of the German army to 100,000 men. The General Staff, that pinnacle of Prussian military excellence, was officially abolished. Germany was forbidden from possessing tanks, military aircraft, or other modern weapons. For officers like Rundstedt, now 43 years old and a major in the truncated Reichswehr, these restrictions were intolerable. They represented not just military limitation but an assault on German national honour and the Prussian military tradition he embodied. Yet the restrictions also created unexpected opportunities. General Hans von Seeckt, appointed to command the Reichswehr, implemented a brilliant strategy. If Germany could have only 100,000 soldiers, they would be the most professional, best-trained military force in the world. Every enlisted man would be trained to officer standards. Every officer would be trained to General Staff standards. The forbidden General Staff would continue to exist in secret, renamed the Truppenamt but performing identical functions. Rundstedt thrived in this environment, rising to colonel and then brigadier general through the 1920s, helping to plan the mechanized warfare that Germany was forbidden from practicing. This period of secret rearmament and doctrinal development shaped Rundstedt's approach to modern warfare. Working within the Truppenamt, he helped develop concepts for coordinating tanks, aircraft, and motorized infantry in rapid operations that would bypass enemy strongpoints and strike at command centers and supply lines. These ideas built on traditional Prussian concepts of the decisive battle of encirclement, but adapted them to mechanized warfare's speed and reach. Ironically, Germany's defeat in the First World War and the restrictions of Versailles forced its military thinkers to imagine revolutionary new approaches precisely because they could not maintain the massive standing armies of their neighbors. When Adolf Hitler became Chancellor of Germany in January 1933, Rundstedt was 57 years old, a lieutenant general commanding Military District 3 in Berlin. His initial reaction to the Nazis was typical of the conservative officer corps: distaste for their populist vulgarity combined with approval of their nationalist program. Hitler promised to repudiate Versailles, rebuild German military power, and restore national pride. The fact that he was a crude Austrian corporal rather than a proper Prussian officer was regrettable, but perhaps Rundstedt and his colleagues reasoned such a man was necessary to mobilize the masses. Traditional conservatives like themselves could guide and moderate the regime from within. This calculation proved catastrophically wrong, but in the early years of Nazi rule, it seemed vindicated by events. Hitler repudiated Versailles limitations, reintroduced conscription, and began openly rebuilding the Wehrmacht. Rundstedt was promoted to general and given command of Army Group 1 in 1938, responsible for operations against Czechoslovakia during the Sudetenland crisis. When Britain and France capitulated to Hitler's demands at Munich, allowing Germany to dismember Czechoslovakia without firing a shot, it seemed to confirm that the Führer's aggressive strategy worked. Rundstedt was elevated to Generalburst, Colonel General, the highest rank below Field Marshal. The invasion of Poland in September 1939 marked Rundstedt's transformation from peacetime planner to wartime commander. As commander of Army Group South, he directed 40 divisions in the drive from Silesia into southern Poland. The campaign showcased everything Rundstedt had learned about operational warfare: rapid armoured thrusts deep into enemy territory, encirclement of Polish forces trying to defend along the frontier, coordination between ground forces and the Luftwaffe. Within 3 weeks, Polish resistance collapsed. It was a stunning vindication of the mechanized warfare concepts developed during the Reichswehr years, what German propaganda would soon label Blitzkrieg, lightning war. But the Polish campaign also revealed the dark reality behind Rundstedt's professional triumph. Following Army Group South's advancing divisions came SS Einsatzgruppen, special action groups tasked with eliminating Polish intelligentsia, clergy, and Jews. Wehrmacht commanders received reports of massacres, of civilians executed in mass shootings, of synagogues burned with people trapped inside. Some officers protested. A few, like General Johannes Blaskowitz, filed formal complaints about SS atrocities. Rundstedt was not among them. He focused on military operations, claiming that SS activities were outside his jurisdiction, that political matters were not his concern. It was a rationalization that would become familiar throughout his career: professional excellence divorced from moral responsibility. The conquest of France in May and June 1940 represented Rundstedt's operational masterpiece. Commanding Army Group A, the main striking force, with 45 divisions including 7 panzer divisions, he directed the assault through the Ardennes forest that shattered French defences. The plan, refined by his Chief of Staff, General von Manstein, concentrated armour for a breakthrough at Sedan, the same location where the elder von Moltke had destroyed the French army 70 years earlier. Within 4 days, German tanks had crossed the Meuse River and begun their race to the English Channel, splitting Allied armies and causing panic in Paris and London. The speed of victory shocked everyone, including the Germans. Rundstedt's panzers covered distances in days that First World War armies had taken years to traverse. By May 24th, German tanks had reached the Channel coast, trapping British, French, and Belgian forces in a pocket around Dunkirk. Then came one of history's most controversial decisions, the Halt Order. For 3 crucial days, German armoured forces stopped their advance, allowing over 338,000 Allied soldiers to evacuate across the English Channel. Whether this order came from Hitler or Rundstedt remained disputed for decades. Rundstedt claimed after the war that he recommended the halt to rest his tanks. Hitler's staff insisted the Führer made the decision independently. The truth probably lay between. Rundstedt expressed caution, and Hitler seized on this to order a stop. Regardless of its origins, the Dunkirk halt did not diminish Rundstedt's prestige. France surrendered on June 22, 1940, signing the armistice in the same railway car where Germany had surrendered in 1918. Hitler promoted 12 generals to field marshal, with Rundstedt among them, receiving his baton on July 19th. At 64 years old, he had reached the pinnacle of German military hierarchy. He commanded Army Group South during preparations for the invasion of Britain, Operation Sea Lion, which was ultimately cancelled when the Luftwaffe failed to achieve air superiority. Instead, he turned his attention eastward, to the operation that would define Germany's war and ultimately destroy the nation he served. Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, began on June 22, 1941. Rundstedt commanded Army Group South, tasked with conquering Ukraine and driving toward the oil fields of the Caucasus. With 41 divisions, including 5 panzer divisions, he directed operations across a front stretching from the Pripyat marshes to the Black Sea. Initial victories were spectacular. The encirclement of Soviet armies at Uman, the capture of Kiev with over 600,000 prisoners, the drive toward Rostov-on-Don. Once again, Rundstedt's operational skills seemed to validate the Wehrmacht's superiority and his own place among history's great commanders. But Barbarossa also exposed the limitations of the military culture Rundstedt embodied. The operation was based on Hitler's ideological obsession with conquering living space in the East and destroying Jewish Bolshevism. It was a war of annihilation from its conception, with orders explicitly calling for the killing of Soviet political officers and collective punishment of civilian populations. Wehrmacht units, including those under Rundstedt's command, cooperated with SS Einsatzgruppen conducting mass shootings of Jews. At Babi, a ravine outside Kiev, over 33,000 Jews were murdered in 2 days in September 1941. This happened in Army Group South's operational area, with Wehrmacht units providing security and logistical support. Rundstedt's defense would always be the same. He commanded military operations, not political policies. SS units were outside his authority. He could not monitor everything happening across vast territories. These arguments had superficial plausibility, but crumbled under examination. Wehrmacht and SS cooperation was extensive and documented. Reports of mass killings reached army headquarters. The crime was not hidden from field marshals but integrated into military operations. Rundstedt's focus on professional military excellence, his insistence that political matters were not his concern, was itself a choice, a decision to prioritize operational success over moral responsibility. The Old Prussian Code of Honor proved utterly inadequate for confronting industrial genocide. By December 1941, Army Group South had advanced deep into Ukraine, but was overstretched, exhausted, and facing the Soviet winter. When Rundstedt recommended withdrawing from the exposed position at Rostov-on-Don to shorten his lines and rest his troops, Hitler exploded with rage. The Führer had issued a standing order forbidding voluntary withdrawals, insisting that German troops hold every metre of conquered territory. On December 1st, Hitler relieved Rundstedt of command for defeatism, the first of 3 times he would dismiss the field marshal. Yet the pattern was already established. Rundstedt provided professional military advice. Hitler ignored it for ideological reasons. Operations failed as Rundstedt predicted, but the field marshal faced consequences for being right. The 38-year-old lieutenant watching troop trains in 1914 could not have imagined that 50 years later, historians would debate whether he was a war criminal or simply a professional soldier trapped by circumstances. The young officer who had absorbed Prussian military values, who had mastered the art of operational warfare, who had served Kaiser and Republic and Führer with equal professional dedication, had become something far more troubling than a simple villain or victim. He had become the exemplar of a military culture that prized technical excellence over moral judgment, that separated the art of war from questions about the purpose of war, that believed professional soldiers could serve any regime without compromising their honour. This culture, forged in the old wars of the 19th century, would prove catastrophically inadequate for the total wars and genocidal projects of the 20th. And Rundstedt, the Old Prussian, would carry its contradictions to their ultimate conclusion in the frozen forests of the Ardennes, September 29th, 1941. A ravine called Babi Yar, just outside Kiev, in occupied Ukraine. Over 2 days, 33,771 Jewish men, women, and children are murdered by SS Einsatzgruppe C, shot in groups and left to fall into the ravine. Wehrmacht units from Army Group South, commanded by Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, provide perimeter security, traffic control, and logistical support for the operation. German soldiers stand at checkpoints directing victims toward their deaths. Others cordon off the area, ensuring no witnesses escape. Still others provide trucks and fuel for the SS killers. In Rundstedt's headquarters, 75 miles away, staff officers receive reports of the special action conducted against hostile elements. The operational logs note successful pacification of Kiev. The Field Marshal focuses on planning the next phase of advance toward Rostov and the Caucasus oil fields. This moment crystallizes the moral catastrophe at the heart of Rundstedt's career. He had achieved everything a professional German officer could desire: victories in Poland and France, promotion to Field Marshal at 64, command of millions of soldiers across vast territories. His operational skill was undeniable, his mastery of coordinating armour, infantry, and air power recognized even by his enemies. Yet this excellence served a regime conducting wars of conquest and extermination. The uncomfortable question historians would grapple with for decades was simple but devastating. Did professional military competence in service to genocide constitute a crime? And if so, how much responsibility did commanders like Rundstedt bear? Rundstedt's path to this moral abyss began with the Polish campaign in September 1939. Army Group South, which he commanded, crushed Polish resistance with brutal efficiency. 36 divisions advanced over 200 miles in 3 weeks, demonstrating the power of concentrated armour and mechanized infantry working in coordination with tactical air support. The victory seemed to vindicate decades of German military planning, the operational concepts developed secretly during the Weimar years, the investments in tanks and aircraft that had begun after Hitler repudiated Versailles limitations. For Rundstedt, 63 years old and commanding his first major campaign, it was professional vindication. But behind the advancing Wehrmacht came the killing units. SS Einsatzgruppen, special task forces of security police and SD personnel, had been organized specifically to follow the army into Poland and eliminate targeted populations. Their mission was explicit: murder Polish intelligentsia, clergy, aristocracy, and Jews, to decapitate Polish society and make resistance impossible. Wehrmacht commanders had been briefed on these operations before the invasion. Some, like General Johannes Blaskowitz, protested vehemently against what they correctly identified as mass murder. He filed formal complaints to Hitler's headquarters, documenting atrocities and warning that such actions degraded military discipline. His protests were ignored, and he was quietly removed from command. Rundstedt filed no such complaints. His focus remained on operational matters: division movements, supply lines, coordination with Army Group North. When confronted after the war about atrocities in his command area, he would consistently claim ignorance or lack of authority. The SS operated independently, he insisted. Political matters were not his concern. He was a soldier following military objectives, not a policeman monitoring activities behind the front. These arguments might have been more convincing if Wehrmacht cooperation with SS killing operations had not been so extensive and well documented. Army units provided trucks, fuel, ammunition, maps, and personnel for SS actions. Wehrmacht security divisions took over control of conquered territories and implemented policies of collective punishment against civilians. The conquest of France in May and June 1940 represented Rundstedt's operational masterpiece, but also deepened his complicity with Nazi criminality. Army Group A, which he commanded, was the main striking force. 45 divisions, including 7 panzer divisions, tasked with the decisive breakthrough through the Ardennes. The plan was audacious. Concentrate armour on a narrow front, punch through weak French defences at Sedan, and race to the English Channel to encircle Allied armies. It required perfect coordination, aggressive exploitation of success, and willingness to take enormous risks. Rundstedt delivered all three. The breakthrough at Sedan on May 13th and 14th shocked the world. German engineers crossed the Meuse River under fire, established bridgeheads, and within 24 hours, panzers were streaming across into France. Within a week, German tanks had reached the Channel coast, splitting British and French forces. The speed and violence of the assault caused panic in Paris and London. Nothing, in First World War experience, had prepared Allied commanders for warfare at this pace. Entire armies were bypassed and encircled before they could react. It seemed to prove every claim about German military superiority, about the power of the new mechanized warfare, about the decisiveness of properly applied operational art. On May 24th, with British forces retreating toward Dunkirk and the Channel, came the controversial halt order. For 2 to 3 days, German panzer forces stopped their advance, allowing the British Expeditionary Force time to organise a defensive perimeter and begin evacuation across the English Channel. Over 338,000 British, French and Belgian soldiers escaped, preserving a trained army that would return to fight in Normandy 4 years later. The halt order became one of the great what-ifs of the war. What if German tanks had been allowed to continue potentially capturing the entire BEF? The question of who ordered the halt remained disputed for decades. Hitler's staff claimed the Führer made the decision based on Göring's promise that the Luftwaffe could destroy the trapped forces from the air. Rundstedt insisted after the war that he had recommended the halt to rest and refit his armoured divisions, which had been in continuous combat for 2 weeks and were experiencing mechanical breakdowns and supply problems. The truth probably involved both men. Rundstedt expressed professional caution about overextending his forces, and Hitler seized on this to order a formal halt that lasted longer than Rundstedt intended. Regardless, the British escaped, and the opportunity for a decisive strategic victory was lost. France surrendered on June 22, 1940, signing the armistice in the same railway car at Compiègne where Germany had surrendered in November 1918. Hitler staged the ceremony explicitly to humiliate France and reverse the verdict of the First World War. For German officers like Rundstedt, it was the culmination of everything they had worked towards since. Military redemption, proof of German superiority, revenge for past humiliations. On July 19th, Hitler promoted 12 generals to Field Marshal, with Rundstedt prominently among them. At 64, receiving the baton that symbolized Germany's highest military rank, Rundstedt had achieved the pinnacle of professional success. But success in Hitler's service meant complicity in Hitler's crimes. During the occupation of France, Wehrmacht commanders implemented policies of collective punishment against civilians, executed hostages in reprisal for resistance activities, and cooperated with SS and Gestapo units in hunting communists, Jews, and other enemies. Rundstedt commanded Army Group D, responsible for occupation duties in France from July 1940 until March 1942. During this period, thousands of French civilians were executed, deported, or imprisoned under his authority. His signature appeared on orders authorizing harsh reprisals and collective punishments. The most damning phase of Rundstedt's career began with Operation Barbarossa, the invasion of the Soviet Union, on June 22, 1941. This was a war different from Poland and France, explicitly conceived as a war of annihilation. Hitler made clear in pre-invasion briefings that normal rules of warfare would not apply in the East. The Commissar order directed that Soviet political officers be executed upon capture. The Barbarossa decree exempted German soldiers from prosecution for crimes against Soviet civilians. The Einsatzgruppen were organized on a larger scale than in Poland, with 4 groups totaling 3,000 men assigned to follow army groups into Soviet territory and murder Jews, communist officials, and other targeted groups. Rundstedt's Army Group South invaded Ukraine, a region with a large Jewish population and rich agricultural resources that Hitler coveted. Initial military success was spectacular. The encirclement and destruction of Soviet armies at Uman in July, capturing over 100,000 prisoners. The capture of Kiev in September with over 600,000 prisoners. The drive toward Rostov-on-Don and the Caucasus oil fields. These victories made Rundstedt's name synonymous with German military excellence. But they also created the conditions for genocide on an unprecedented scale. As Army Group South advanced, the Einsatzgruppen followed. Einsatzgruppe C, operating in Ukraine, began systematic mass shootings of Jewish populations in captured cities and towns. The scale was staggering. Tens of thousands murdered in Zhytomyr, Khmelnytsky, Vinnytsia, and dozens of other locations. The largest single massacre occurred at Babi Yar, outside Kiev, on September 29th and 30th. Over 2 days, 33,771 Jews were shot and their bodies dumped in the ravine. Wehrmacht units under Army Group South's command provided critical support: security cordons, traffic control, ammunition, and trucks. Rundstedt's defense after the war was consistent. He commanded military operations, not political actions. SS units operated independently under Himmler's authority, not his. He could not monitor everything happening across territories spanning thousands of square miles. These arguments collapsed under documentary evidence. Wehrmacht and SS cooperation was extensive and systematic. Army commanders received regular reports of anti-partisan operations that were thinly veiled descriptions of mass murder. The operational boundaries between Wehrmacht security duties and SS killing operations were blurred intentionally. Army Group South's headquarters issued orders that facilitated SS actions, designating areas for special treatment and providing logistical support. The question was not whether Rundstedt knew atrocities were occurring in his command area. The evidence made clear he did, but what he did with that knowledge. The answer was nothing. He did not protest, he did not refuse cooperation, he did not obstruct SS operations or file complaints like General Blaskowitz had in Poland. He focused on military objectives while mass murder happened under his nominal authority. This was not passive ignorance but active indifference, a choice to prioritize operational success over moral responsibility. The Old Prussian Code, with its emphasis on duty, discipline, and obedience, provided no guidance for confronting genocide, or perhaps more accurately, it provided an excuse for not confronting it. By December 1941, Army Group South had advanced deep into Ukraine but was overstretched and exhausted. Soviet resistance, far stronger than German intelligence had predicted, prevented the quick victory Hitler expected. The capture of Rostov-on-Don at the end of November placed Rundstedt's forces in an exposed salient, vulnerable to Soviet counterattacks. When the Red Army struck on November 27th, Rundstedt faced a choice: hold positions as Hitler demanded, risking encirclement and destruction, or withdraw to more defensible positions. On December 1st, he chose withdrawal, ordering his forces back behind the Maas River. It was the professionally correct decision. It was also insubordination. Hitler responded with fury. He had issued explicit orders forbidding voluntary withdrawals, insisting that German troops hold every metre of conquered territory. The Führer viewed retreat as defeatism, a failure of will rather than a reasonable response to military circumstances. On December 3rd, 1941, Rundstedt was relieved of command, officially for health reasons, but actually for disobeying Hitler's standfast order. It was the first of 3 times Hitler would dismiss him, establishing a pattern: the professional soldier recommending logical military actions, the ideological dictator rejecting them, and the soldier facing consequences for being right. Yet even dismissal did not fundamentally alter Rundstedt's relationship with the regime. He was not arrested or persecuted, merely placed in reserve status. Hitler was already maneuvering to recall him, recognizing that he still needed competent field commanders regardless of their disagreements. And Rundstedt despite his dismissal and despite mounting evidence of the regime's criminality, would answer when called. The Prussian officer who had watched trains roll toward war in 1914, who had helped plan the secret rearmament of the 20s, who had conquered Poland and France and driven deep into Russia, remained committed to the service that had defined his entire life. Professional military excellence, operational competence, and mastery of the art of war. These virtues that his culture celebrated had become instruments serving the greatest crimes in human history. And Rundstedt, the old gentleman, bearer of the field marshal's baton, would continue serving until the regime he had helped sustain collapsed into ruins. December 1st, 1941. The temperature along the Mias River in southern Ukraine has dropped to -20 degrees Celsius. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt stands in his Army Group South headquarters, studying maps that show his forces overextended, undersupplied, and facing fresh Soviet counterattacks. 2 weeks earlier, his troops captured Rostov-on-Don, driving toward the oil fields of the Caucasus that Hitler desperately needs to fuel Germany's war machine. Now those same troops are trapped in an exposed salient, with Soviet forces striking from the north and east. Rundstedt makes the decision that military logic demands withdraw 65 kilometers behind the Mias River to defensible positions. He issues the order, knowing it violates Hitler's explicit directive that German forces must hold every meter of conquered ground. Within 48 hours, he will no longer command Army Group South. The confrontation between professional military judgment and ideological fanaticism had been building throughout the Russian campaign. Operation Barbarossa had been conceived in Hitler's imagination as a war of annihilation that would crush the Soviet Union in 8 to 12 weeks. The Führer envisioned German armies sweeping across endless space, destroying the Red Army in massive encirclements, reaching the Archangel Astrakhan line before winter. Reality proved dramatically different. Soviet resistance was fanatical. Russian space was even more vast than imagined. Supply lines stretched to breaking point. And when winter arrived in November, German forces were still hundreds of miles from their objectives, fighting on 3 divergent axes with no unified strategy. Rundstedt had expressed doubts about Barbarossa from the beginning, though carefully and privately. He understood the risks of invading Russia, the prevalent distances, the climate, the unknowns about Soviet military capability, but like other professional officers, he subordinated his concerns to operational planning. If the Führer ordered an invasion of the Soviet Union, then Rundstedt's job was to conduct that invasion as effectively as possible. This was the essence of the Prussian military ethos: professional execution of political decisions made by higher authority. The fact that this ethos was enabling a genocidal war of conquest seemed not to trouble him, or if it did, he never expressed such concerns in ways that survived in the historical record. The Rostov crisis brought this contradiction to a head. Hitler's stand-fast order reflected his core belief that willpower determined victory, that retreating from any position represented weakness and invited disaster. He pointed to the successful defence at the Marne in September 1914, where French and British forces had stopped the initial German advance, claiming it showed that determined defenders could always hold. He ignored every professional military assessment that his forces were outnumbered, outgunned, and in danger of encirclement. When Rundstedt ordered the withdrawal, despite these instructions, Hitler felt personally betrayed. The Führer telephoned Rundstedt directly, a rare occurrence that underscored the severity of the situation. Hitler demanded that Rundstedt rescind the withdrawal order and hold Rostov at all costs. Rundstedt refused, explaining that his forces would be destroyed if they remained in their current positions. Hitler responded by relieving him of command effective December 3rd, 1941. The official reason given was health and exhaustion, allowing both men to save face. The real reason was clear to everyone in the Wehrmacht hierarchy. Rundstedt had disobeyed a direct order from the Supreme Commander. That this disobedience was militarily sound and probably saved his army from destruction was irrelevant. Yet Rundstedt's dismissal was not the end of his career. Hitler placed him on inactive status, but did not remove him from the officer roles or strip him of his field marshal's rank. This half measure reflected the Führer's perpetual dilemma. He distrusted and resented professional military officers who questioned his decisions, but He needed their expertise to run the increasingly complex war machine. Rundstedt represented something valuable despite his defeatism. Organizational skill, decades of experience, and a reputation that lent credibility to operations. He was too useful to discard permanently. Rundstedt spent the winter of 1941 and 42 in limbo, officially retired for health reasons, but actually waiting to see if Hitler would need him again. He was 66 years old, suffering from heart problems and the exhaustion of months commanding armies across vast territories. He could have accepted retirement, faded into comfortable obscurity. Instead, he waited. The Prussian officer corps was his identity, the Wehrmacht his family. Life outside this structure was unimaginable. When the call came in, March 1942, summoning him to command Army Group West in France, he accepted without hesitation. The new assignment was simultaneously prestigious and problematic. As Commander-in-Chief West, Rundstedt would be responsible for defending all of France, Belgium, and Holland against an anticipated Allied invasion. On paper, he commanded 58 divisions spread across thousands of miles of coastline. In reality, most of these divisions were under strength, filled with older men and troops recovering from wounds suffered on the Eastern Front. The best units were constantly being siphoned off to feed the insatiable demands of the Russian campaign. Rundstedt was expected to defend Fortress Europe with what amounted to a shell force while the real war was being fought in the East. Nevertheless, Rundstedt threw himself into the defensive preparations with characteristic thoroughness. He established headquarters at Saint-Germain-en-Laye outside Paris, organized coastal defenses, and supervised construction of the Atlantic Wall, the system of fortifications that Hitler insisted would make invasion impossible. He worked with Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, assigned in late 1943 to command Army Group B under Rundstedt's overall authority. The two field marshals disagreed fundamentally on defensive strategy. Rommel wanted to defeat the invasion on the beaches with forward-deployed reserves, while Rundstedt preferred a mobile defense with armor held back to counterattack after the invasion point was identified. This disagreement reflected deeper tensions in the German command structure. Hitler increasingly micromanaged military operations, insisting on approving even tactical decisions that should have been left to field commanders. Rundstedt found his authority circumscribed at every turn. He could not move divisions without permission from OKW, could not withdraw from threatened positions, could not implement the mobile defense strategy he knew was necessary. Once again, he was a commander in name, but not in fact, signing orders written by others and presiding over a structure he could not really control. The pattern of Rundstedt's relationship with Hitler became fully apparent during the Normandy invasion. Allied forces landed on D-Day, June 6, 1944, catching German forces unprepared despite months of warnings that an invasion was imminent. The initial Allied landings succeeded in establishing beachheads, and within days, over 300,000 troops were ashore. Rundstedt and Rommel both requested permission to commit armoured reserves to counterattack and drive the Allies back into the sea. Hitler, believing Normandy was a feint and the real invasion would come at Pas-de-Calais, refused. Precious days were lost while the Führer deliberated. By the time Hitler authorised the counterattacks, Allied air superiority made large-scale German troop movements almost impossible. Divisions trying to reach the front were hammered from the air, losing tanks and vehicles before ever engaging Allied ground forces. The lodgement area expanded, more Allied divisions poured ashore, and the opportunity to throw the invasion back into the sea evaporated. Rundstedt watched with growing frustration as the situation deteriorated, his professional recommendations ignored, his authority undermined. On July 1st, just 25 days after D-Day, he reached his breaking point. The catalyst was a telephone conversation with Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, chief of OKW and Hitler's most servile subordinate. Keitel called to demand Rundstedt's assessment of the situation in Normandy. Rundstedt, with characteristic bluntness, sharpened by frustration, told him the truth. The position was untenable. The Allies could not be thrown back. Germany was going to lose the war in the West. Keitel, perhaps seeking some reassurance he could pass to Hitler, asked desperately, "What shall we do?" Rundstedt's response became legendary. "Make peace, you fools. What else can you do?" The conversation was intercepted and recorded by Wehrmacht signals personnel. Within 24 hours, it had circulated through the military grapevine, becoming the kind of subversive truth that could not be unsaid. Hitler's response was swift. On July 2nd, 1944, Rundstedt was relieved of command for the second time. The official reason was, again, health and exhaustion. The real reason was that he had spoken an intolerable truth. Germany was losing, and the only rational course was to seek terms before the nation was completely destroyed. Such defeatism could not be tolerated, especially not from a senior field marshal whose words carried weight throughout the Wehrmacht. Hitler replaced him with Field Marshal Hans-Günther von Kluge, a more optimistic commander who promised to contain and defeat the Allied breakout. Kluge would fail, commit suicide when implicated in the July 20th assassination plot against Hitler, and be replaced in turn by Field Marshal Walter Model. Rundstedt's second dismissal should have been permanent. He was 68 years old, had twice been fired for defeatism, and had openly called for making peace with Germany's enemies. Any rational dictator would have sidelined him permanently, perhaps arrested him as a security risk. But Hitler was not rational, and Germany's situation was desperate. The July 20th plot had shown that significant elements of the officer corps wanted Hitler dead. The Normandy front had collapsed in August, with Allied armies racing across France. The Eastern Front was disintegrating under relentless Soviet offensives. Hitler needed commanders who had credibility with the troops and the organizational skill to rebuild shattered armies. Like it or not, Rundstedt fit that description. The recall came in September 1944, barely 2 months after his dismissal. Hitler summoned Rundstedt to the Reich Chancellery and offered him command of the Western Front, again now titled OB West, Commander-in-Chief West. The meeting was cold, formal, with none of the camaraderie that had existed earlier in the war. Hitler made clear that Rundstedt was being recalled, not because his judgment was valued, but because his name still carried weight. The Führer was planning a major counter-offensive in the West, a desperate gamble to split the Allied armies and force a negotiated peace. He needed a prestigious commander to give the operation credibility. Rundstedt, the Old Prussian, would serve that purpose. Why did Rundstedt accept the question haunted historical assessments for decades? He knew Hitler distrusted him. He knew his authority would be limited. He had already concluded that Germany was losing the war. Yet when ordered to resume command, he obeyed. Perhaps it was simply habit, the ingrained response of a man who had followed orders for 52 years. Perhaps it was professional pride, the inability to refuse a position of command even in a losing cause. Perhaps it was the Prussian code of duty carried to its logical endpoint. You serve regardless of personal feelings, regardless of doubts, regardless even of likely defeat. Or perhaps, most troublingly, it was because Rundstedt still believed in the system that had defined his life, still saw military service as separate from politics, still thought a professional soldier could honourably serve even a criminal regime. The third recall would lead directly to the Ardennes offensive, Hitler's last major gamble in the West. Rundstedt would command the operation in name, while Hitler controlled it in fact. He would sign orders he did not write, preside over an offensive he believed was doomed, and watch as Germany's last mobile reserves were destroyed in a futile attempt to replay the glory days of 1940. The pattern established in December 1941 at Rostov, professional judgment overruled by ideological fantasy, consequences inflicted on the professional for being right, would repeat itself one final time. And the old field marshal, bearer of Germany's highest military rank, veteran of 2 world wars, would play his assigned role until the regime he served collapsed into ruins and Allied soldiers came to arrest him in the ashes of the Thousand-Year Reich. September 5th, 1944. The Reich Chancellery in Berlin, damaged by Allied bombing but still functional, still the seat of Hitler's power. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, 68 years old and only recently dismissed from command, sits across from the Führer in a meeting whose purpose has not been fully explained. Hitler looks unwell, his hands trembling, his face grey with exhaustion. The Battle of Normandy has ended in catastrophe. 21 German, divisions destroyed, Paris liberated, Allied armies racing toward the German frontier, the Eastern Front is collapsing under Soviet offensives that have destroyed Army Group Center and driven into Poland. Germany is facing strategic defeat on both fronts simultaneously. Yet Hitler is talking not about defense, but about attack. The Führer speaks with the fevered intensity that has become characteristic of his command style. He tells Rundstedt that Germany will launch a major counteroffensive in the west, striking through the Ardennes forest, just as Army Group A had done in May 1940. The objective will be Antwerp, the vital Belgian port through which the Allies are funneling supplies to their advancing armies. Capturing Antwerp will split British and American forces, trap the British 21st Army Group against the Channel coast, and force the Western Allies to negotiate peace. Once the Western Front is stabilized, Germany can turn its full strength against the Soviets. The war can still be won, Hitler insists. It requires only will, surprise, and the commitment of Germany's remaining reserves to a decisive blow. Rundstedt listens in silence, his aristocratic face betraying nothing. Internally, he is calculating impossibilities. Germany's Western Front has 55 divisions, but most are understrength and poorly equipped. The Luftwaffe has been decimated by years of attrition, fuel reserves are critically low. The Ardennes in December will be frozen, the narrow roads clogged with troops and vehicles, perfect terrain for defensive warfare, but nightmarish for the kind of rapid mechanized advance Hitler envisions. And Antwerp is 125 miles from the German frontier, separated by difficult terrain, multiple river lines, and increasingly strong Allied forces. The professional soldier in Rundstedt sees immediately that this plan is fantasy, but Rundstedt does not refuse the appointment. He has been recalled precisely because Hitler needs a prestigious figurehead to command the offensive. The Führer has already decided on the operation. Rundstedt's role is to lend it credibility and organize its execution. The pattern established in his previous 2 dismissals and recalls is now fully apparent. Rundstedt is a symbol of professional military authority that Hitler simultaneously needs and despises, respects and overrules. The old Field Marshal accepts command of Obi West for the 3rd time, knowing his authority will be limited, knowing the operation will probably fail, but unable or unwilling to refuse the summons to duty. Detailed briefings follow in mid-October. Colonel General Alfred Jodl, Chief of Operations for OKW, presents the plan to Rundstedt and Field Marshal Walter Model, commander of Army Group B, which will conduct the actual assault. The operation is codenamed Wacht am Rhein, Watch on the Rhine, a deliberately defensive-sounding name designed to conceal its true offensive nature. 28 divisions will be committed, including 12 Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions, the core of Germany's remaining mobile striking power. The assault force will total approximately 250,000 men, supported by over 1,400 tanks and assault guns, 1,900 artillery pieces, and 2,000 aircraft. 3 armies will execute the attack. On the northern flank, 6th SS Panzer Army under Sepp Dietrich, Hitler's favourite, will drive through Monschau and Malmedy toward Liège and Antwerp. In the centre, 5th Panzer Army under Hasso von Manteuffel will attack through the Schnee Eifel, capture Streetvith and Bastogne, and cross the Meuse River near Namur. On the southern flank, 7th Army under Erich Brandenberger will protect the offensive's southern flank against American counterattacks from Patton's 3rd Army. The timetable is staggeringly ambitious. Reach the Meuse in 2 days, Antwerp in 7 days, complete the destruction of Allied forces north of the breakthrough in 2 weeks. Rundstedt's reaction to this briefing is documented in multiple sources. He told his staff officers that the operation had perhaps a 10% chance of success, and that success meant reaching the Meuse, not Antwerp. Field Marshal Model was even more pessimistic, calculating the chances at 5%. Both men recognized immediately that the plan was operationally unsound. The forces committed were insufficient for the objectives demanded. The terrain was unsuitable for rapid armoured warfare. The fuel allocations were inadequate. The weather conditions in December would ground the Luftwaffe while allowing Allied air superiority to reassert itself as soon as skies cleared. And most fundamentally, the Allies had overwhelming numerical and material superiority that would inevitably overwhelm any German breakthrough. On October 24th and 25th, Rundstedt and Model met with their chiefs of staff to draft an alternative proposal. They would present Hitler with what came to be called the small solution, a more limited offensive aimed at destroying Allied forces east of the Meuse River, rather than attempting to reach Antwerp. This would require fewer resources, have more realistic objectives, and still inflict a major defeat on the Allies that might stabilise the Western Front. The memorandum they prepared was professionally argued, logically sound, and tactically feasible. It represented everything that distinguished professional military planning from Hitler's increasingly detached strategic fantasies. The proposal was submitted to OKW on November 3rd. Hitler's response came within days. Absolute rejection. The Führer held a conference on November 23rd, attended by Rundstedt, Model, and the army commanders who would execute the offensive. Hitler reviewed the situation in detail, acknowledging Germany's difficult position but insisting that this made the grand offensive even more necessary. Half measures would accomplish nothing. Only a decisive strategic victory could force the Western Allies to negotiate. Antwerp was the objective, and Antwerp would be reached. He dismissed every objection as defeatism, every alternative as timid compromise. The operation would proceed as planned. Rundstedt left this meeting knowing he would command an offensive he believed was doomed. He had been overruled completely, his professional judgment dismissed, his authority revealed as hollow. Yet he did not resign. He did not refuse the assignment. He returned to his headquarters at Ziegenberg Castle and began organising the offensive according to Hitler's directives. Why this compliance? The answer lay in the core of Rundstedt's identity. He was a professional soldier whose entire life had been defined by following orders from superior authority. The Prussian military culture that shaped him made no provision for refusing assignments on grounds of likely failure. You were given a mission, you executed it to the best of your ability, and you accepted the consequences. The build-up for the offensive began in earnest in November. Units were pulled from the Eastern Front and from reserve positions in Germany. Panzer divisions that had been shattered in Normandy were rebuilt with new tanks, though many were older models or captured vehicles. Infantry divisions were filled out with young recruits who had minimal training and older men recalled from non-combat positions. The Luftwaffe gathered every available aircraft for Operation Bodenplatte, the supporting air offensive designed to destroy Allied fighters on the ground. Everything Germany still possessed was being committed to this single throw of the dice. But the mathematics of the offensive revealed its fundamental hopelessness. Consider fuel. Each panzer division required approximately 150,000 gallons of gasoline to reach the Meuse River, the offensive's intermediate objective. Total fuel allocated to the Faustians. Operation would get the armour approximately 50 to 60% of the way there. The plan assumed that German forces would capture American fuel dumps intact and use them to continue the advance. This was not strategy, but wishful thinking, betting operational success on the assumption that the enemy would cooperate by leaving valuable supplies undefended or undestroyed. The artillery ammunition situation was equally dire. Germany had accumulated a 60-day reserve supply for the Western Front and planned to expend most of it in the first 5 days of the offensive. This would provide the massive preparatory bombardment and initial support necessary to break through American lines. But after those 5 days, artillery support would drop dramatically. German gunners would be rationed to a handful of shells per day. Units that became bogged down in defensive fighting would find themselves with minimal fire support exactly when they needed it most. The plan worked only if everything succeeded perfectly on schedule, a condition almost never met in actual warfare. The road network in the Ardennes posed another insurmountable problem. The region was heavily forested, with steep hills and narrow valleys. All-weather roads suitable for heavy military traffic were limited. The offensive plan required 6 to 7 parallel axes of advance, each carrying a major combat formation with its vehicles, supplies, and support elements. Even under ideal conditions, traffic jams were inevitable. Under combat conditions, with bridges blown, villages defended, and roads blocked by destroyed vehicles, the movement rates assumed in the plan were fantasy. German staff officers who studied the routes privately estimated that achieving even half the planned advance rate would be fortunate. Security measures for the offensive were extensive and, remarkably, successful. Hitler insisted on absolute secrecy, knowing that surprise was the operation's only chance. The code name Wacht am Rhein suggested defensive preparations to protect the Rhine River. Radio traffic was strictly controlled to prevent Allied signals intelligence from detecting the buildup. Troop movements occurred primarily at night. Units were not informed of their objective until immediately before the attack. Even senior commanders received only partial information. This paranoid compartmentalization reflected Hitler's distrust of his own military, but also created coordination problems as commanders, who did not fully understand the plan, struggled to improvise when reality diverged expectations. By early December, 28 divisions were assembled behind the Western Front, hidden in forests and villages, waiting for the attack order. Allied intelligence had detected some unusual activity but dismissed the possibility of a major German offensive. SHAEF, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, considered German forces too depleted for anything beyond local counterattacks. This was the same failure of imagination that had allowed German success in May 1940, assuming the enemy was too weak or too logical to attempt the unexpected. But Germany, in December 1944, was neither logical nor predictable. It was desperate, and desperation produces gambles that rational calculation would reject. Rundstedt reviewed the final operational orders in mid-December from his headquarters at Ziegenberg. The building had been specially constructed for Operation Sea Lion, the cancelled invasion of Britain in 1940. Now it housed the planning staff for Hitler's last offensive. The irony was not lost on Rundstedt. Both operations represented Hitler's strategic delusions. Campaigns launched not because they made military sense, but because the Führer demanded them. The old Field Marshal's signature appeared on orders he had not written, authorizing operations he had not designed, committing forces to objectives he believed were unattainable. On December 14th, 2 days before the offensive, Rundstedt was notably absent from key planning sessions. He remained at his headquarters, drinking cognac, reviewing reports, but not actively directing preparations. That role had fallen to Model and the army commanders. Rundstedt had become what Hitler intended him to be, a prestigious name to lend credibility to an operation controlled entirely by the Führer through OKW. The Old Prussian was a figurehead commander, a symbol of professional military authority that concealed the reality of ideological fantasy driving Germany's last gamble. In 48 hours, the artillery would open fire, and the Ardennes offensive would begin. Rundstedt would command it in name while Hitler controlled it in fact, and 250,000 German soldiers would pay the price for this divided, delusional leadership. November 28th, 1944. A quartermaster's office deep in a bunker complex near Bad Nauheim, Germany. Lieutenant Colonel Hans Schmidt, a logistics officer with 20 years of service, sits before a calculator and stacks of supply requisitions, attempting to reconcile two incompatible realities. On one side of his desk are Hitler's operational orders demanding that panzer divisions reach the Meuse River in 48 hours and Antwerp in 7 days. On the other side are fuel allocation reports showing available petroleum stocks. Schmidt runs the calculations again, hoping he made an error. He has not. The numbers are brutally clear. Germany possesses enough fuel to move its armoured divisions approximately halfway to the Meuse. After that, the panzers will run dry unless they capture American fuel dumps intact. The entire offensive depends on seizing enemy supplies to continue advancing. This was not strategy, but desperation mathematics. Each panzer division required approximately 150,000 gallons of gasoline to reach the Meuse River, let alone continue to Antwerp. Multiply that by 12 armoured divisions, and the offensive needed roughly 1,800,000 gallons just for the breakthrough phase. Germany's total fuel allocation for Wacht am Rhein was approximately 4.5 million gallons for all purposes: tanks, trucks, reconnaissance vehicles, half-tracks, and self-propelled guns. On paper, this seemed adequate. In reality, fuel consumption in combat conditions always exceeded peacetime estimates. Vehicles travelled longer distances on indirect routes. Tanks idled their engines for heating in freezing weather. Traffic jams burned fuel while covering no distance. Combat damage destroyed fuel trucks before they reached forward units. The operational plan explicitly acknowledged this shortfall with a solution that revealed its fundamental unsoundness: capture American fuel. Intelligence reports indicated that the Americans maintained large fuel dumps behind their front lines to supply their own mechanized forces. If German spearheads could overrun these dumps quickly, before American engineers destroyed them, the offensive could refuel from enemy stocks and continue to Antwerp. This was planning based on hope, not calculation. It assumed the Americans would be too surprised and disorganized to implement standard demolition procedures. It assumed fuel dumps would be located along German axes of advance. It assumed captured fuel would be compatible with German engines and available in sufficient quantities at exactly the right times. Professional staff officers like Schmidt recognized this as fantasy. In meetings with senior logistics commanders, he and his colleagues expressed their concerns as diplomatically as possible. They prepared memoranda documenting the fuel shortfall. They recommended reduced objectives that could be achieved with available supplies. These documents were forwarded up the chain of command and disappeared into Hitler's headquarters, never to be answered. The Führer had decreed that Antwerp would be captured, and logistical impossibilities were dismissed as defeatist pessimism. Reality would conform to will, or those who pointed out problems would be removed. The ammunition situation was equally dire but structured differently. Germany had accumulated substantial artillery ammunition reserves, approximately 60 days of normal expenditure for the entire Western Front. The offensive plan called for expending most of this stockpile in the first 5 to 7 days. A massive preparatory bombardment, followed by intensive fire support during the breakthrough phase. This would give German forces overwhelming fire superiority initially, suppressing American defenders and supporting the armoured advance. But it was a one-time advantage. After the initial phase, ammunition resupply would drop to a trickle. Divisions that became involved in prolonged fighting would find themselves rationed to a handful of shells per gun per day. This reflected a fundamental gamble at the heart of the operation. Everything depended on rapid success. If German forces achieved breakthrough and exploitation quickly, if they maintained momentum and avoided getting bogged down in sustained combat, then ammunition shortages would not matter. Mobile operations required relatively little artillery support compared to defensive fighting. The plan was front-loaded with firepower to create the breakthrough, after which speed and shock would substitute for sustained fire support. But if the breakthrough failed, if American resistance proved stronger than expected, if weather or terrain or enemy actions slowed the advance, then German forces would find themselves fighting with critically limited fire support against enemies who had unlimited ammunition. The vehicle readiness situation added another layer of concern. Official reports showed approximately 1,400 tanks and assault guns allocated to the offensive. These numbers looked impressive on paper, suggesting Germany still possessed formidable armoured strength, but readiness rates told a different story. Only 50 to 60% of these vehicles were fully operational at the start of the offensive. The remainder had mechanical problems, worn engines, damaged transmissions, faulty electrical systems, broken tracks. German industry was producing new armoured vehicles, but quality control had collapsed under Allied bombing and the desperate shortage of skilled workers. Tanks rolled off assembly lines with defects that would have been unacceptable earlier in the war. Even operational vehicles presented problems. Germany was fielding a chaotic mix of equipment: new Panther tanks alongside obsolete Panzer IVs, King Tigers weighing 70 tons alongside Czech-built Panzerjäger tank destroyers, captured American Sherman tanks repainted with German markings operating beside domestic designs. This diversity created maintenance nightmares. Each type required different spare parts, different ammunition, different maintenance procedures. When vehicles broke down during the advance, repair crews often lacked the correct parts. Disabled tanks had to be abandoned because recovery vehicles could not tow them, or mechanics could not fix them with available resources. The road network analysis painted an even grimmer picture. The Ardennes region was heavily forested with steep hills, deep valleys, and narrow rivers. All-weather roads capable of supporting heavy military traffic were scarce. The offensive plan required 6 to 7 parallel axes of advance, each carrying a major formation, divisions with 10 to 15,000 men, hundreds of vehicles, artillery units, supply columns, engineer companies, medical services. German staff officers who studied the terrain estimated that each axis could support one division in movement. Trying to push multiple divisions down the same roads guaranteed massive traffic jams. Lieutenant Colonel Friedrich von der Hayti, a veteran paratrooper ordered to conduct airborne operations in support of the offensive, examined the road network and concluded the plan was impossible. He later testified that during planning sessions, experienced staff officers openly questioned whether the road capacity existed to support the projected advance rates. At planning conferences in November, these concerns were raised to Model and Rundstedt staff. The response was always the same. The Führer had ordered the offensive. Objectives were not negotiable. Units would have to make do with available routes. Professional expertise was subordinated to ideological determination. Weather introduced yet another variable that German planners could control only through hope. The operation required extended periods of bad weather to ground Allied aircraft, giving German forces time to advance without air attack. Meteorologists predicted that late December typically brought overcast skies, fog, and snow to the Ardennes, but they could not guarantee how long such conditions would last. Eventually, the weather would clear, and when it did, Allied air superiority would become decisive. American and British pilots flying fighter bombers could attack German columns at will, destroying vehicles and blocking roads. Heavy bombers could interdict supply routes, demolishing bridges and rail yards far behind German lines. This created a race against time within the already tight schedule. German forces needed to reach and cross the Meuse River before clear weather returned. Once across the Meuse, they would be in relatively open country where rapid advances were possible even under air attack. But if they remained east of the Meuse when the skies cleared, they would be trapped in terrain that favoured defenders and vulnerable to devastating airstrikes. The entire operation depended on achieving decisive results in a narrow weather window that might last 3 days or 10 days, or might not exist at all. The deception plan represented one area where German preparations achieved genuine success. Operation Wacht am Rhein was concealed under multiple layers of security measures. The code name itself suggested defensive operations. Units moving to assembly areas were told they were preparing to counter expected Allied attacks. Radio silence was strictly enforced, with units maintaining their previous signal patterns from false locations. Dummy radio traffic suggested German forces were where they actually were not. Troop movements occurred exclusively at night, with vehicles hidden in forests during daylight. Local commanders were briefed on objectives only 48 hours before the attack. Special operations added another dimension to the deception effort. SS Colonel Otto Skorzeny, famous for rescuing Mussolini in 1943, was tasked with organising Operation Griffin. He assembled approximately 2,000 English-speaking German soldiers, dressed them in captured American uniforms, equipped them with captured American vehicles, and trained them to impersonate American troops. Their mission was to infiltrate behind American lines during the opening phase, spread confusion, misdirect reinforcements, and, if possible, seize bridges over the Meuse River before American engineers could demolish them. The operation violated international laws of war, as soldiers fighting in enemy uniforms could be executed as spies, but Hitler approved it enthusiastically. These deception measures worked better than Germany had any right to expect. Allied intelligence completely failed to detect the massive German buildup in the Ardennes. SHE-F intelligence summaries in early December assessed that German forces in the west were capable only of local counterattacks. Ultra-intercepts, the decoded German communications that had given Allies such enormous intelligence advantages throughout the war, missed the build-up because Hitler's paranoid security measures limited radio traffic. Allied commanders had become overconfident after their rapid advance across France. They assumed Germany was too weak, too depleted, too disorganised to mount a major offensive. The American 8-Corps sector, which would bear the initial German assault, embodied this overconfidence. 4 divisions defended 80 miles of front: the 99th Infantry Division, the 106th Infantry Division, the 28th Infantry Division, and the 4th Infantry Division. 2 of these were inexperienced units sent to a quiet sector to gain combat experience. The others were exhausted formations recuperating from heavy fighting in the Hürtgen Forest. 8 Corps had minimal reserves, limited artillery support, and commanders who expected nothing worse than occasional German patrols. German intelligence had identified this weak sector and targeted it deliberately. If the assault achieved surprise, these thin American lines would shatter, opening a gap through which panzer divisions could pour. Speed was everything. If German armor could penetrate deep into American rear areas before Kiev understood what was happening, before reserves could be committed, before Allied air power could be brought to bear, then perhaps, just perhaps, the impossible mathematics could be overcome by shock and momentum. It was a plan built on a tower of assumptions, any one of which, if wrong, would cause the entire structure to collapse. By December 14th, 48 hours before the assault, final preparations were complete. Infantry divisions had moved into attack positions under cover of darkness. Artillery units had registered their guns on American positions, tank crews had conducted final maintenance checks, engineers had stockpiled bridging equipment for river crossings. The machinery of war was coiled and ready to spring. In headquarters throughout the operation zone, staff officers reviewed their calculations one final time and reached the same conclusion they had reached in November. The Vendavinier plan exceeded available resources, the objectives outstripped realistic capabilities, and success required luck on a scale that military operations could not depend upon. Yet no one stopped the offensive. Rundstedt signed the final operational orders without protest. Model forwarded them to his army commanders without objection. Dietrich, Manteuffel, and Brandenburger briefed their division commanders and transmitted their assignments. The SS panzer troops prepared for their assault with fanatical dedication. The Wehrmacht infantry gathered in frozen forests and waited for dawn. The entire German military machine was committed to executing an operation its professional soldiers knew was based on impossible mathematics. This was the final evolution of the Prussian military tradition. Professional excellence in service to orders known to be flawed, technical competence divorced from strategic wisdom, operational skill subordinated to political delusion. In quartermaster officers throughout the operation zone, logistics officers like Lieutenant Colonel Schmidt made final calculations and prepared to do the impossible. They would push supplies forward as fast as possible, prioritize critical shortages, improvise solutions to problems they knew were coming. They would do their jobs with skill and dedication, not because they believed in the operation's strategic logic, but because professional soldiers executed their assigned missions regardless of doubts. This was the cultural code that had shaped German military excellence for generations. Competence, discipline, and obedience to authority, even when authority was leading to catastrophe. The impossible mathematics of Operation Wacht am Rhein reflected the impossible situation of Nazi Germany in December 1944. The nation was losing a two-front war against enemies with overwhelming numerical and material superiority. Its cities were being bombed to rubble. Its economy was straining under total war, mobilization. Its military was being ground down by attrition, faster than replacements could be trained. The rational response would have been to seek negotiated peace, while bargaining power remained. But Hitler rejected rationality. He demanded a decisive counteroffensive that would change the strategic situation at a stroke. And the professional military officers who served him, men like Rundstedt who knew better, organised that offensive, committed Germany's last reserves to it, and sent 250,000 soldiers into battle knowing the mathematics did not work. In 24 hours, 1,600 German guns would fire simultaneously. The Ardennes offensive would begin. And all the impossible calculations, all the logistical shortfalls, all the assumptions that required enemy cooperation would be tested against the brutal reality of combat. Mathematics would prove unforgiving. Resources would run short exactly as predicted. Traffic jams would develop exactly as foreseen. Fuel would be exhausted before objectives were reached. And 250,000 German soldiers would pay the price for a plan built on hope rather than realistic assessment of capabilities. But for now, in the final hours before the assault, the impossible mathematics remained theoretical. Tomorrow, they would become fatal reality. December 15th, 1944, 11:30 in the evening. The Ardennes forest along the German-Belgian frontier lies silent under winter darkness. American soldiers of the 106th Infantry Division huddle in foxholes and bunkers, cold, bored, and convinced this sector is the quietest on the Western Front. 2 miles to their east, across the Au River, 28 German divisions are poised for attack. Over 250,000 men wait in assembly areas, hidden among the trees. 1,400 tanks and assault guns are concealed under camouflage nets. 1,900 artillery pieces are positioned in firing positions, their crews sleeping beside their guns. In 7 hours, this forest will erupt in the largest German offensive operation since the invasion of France 4.5 years earlier. The Americans suspect nothing. The success of German deception was remarkable given the scale of forces being assembled. Moving 28 divisions, including massive panzer formations with hundreds of armoured vehicles, into attack positions without Allied intelligence detecting the build-up required meticulous planning and iron discipline. The operation began in November with the code name itself Wacht am Rhein, Watch on the Rhine. This deliberately suggested defensive preparations to protect Germany's western frontier against Allied attack. Units ordered to the Ardennes were told they were being positioned to counter an expected American offensive toward the Rhine River. Even regimental commanders did not learn the true mission until 48 hours before the attack. Radio discipline was absolute and strictly enforced. German signals units maintained the previous radio traffic patterns of formations that had actually been moved to the Ardennes, creating the impression those units remained in their previous positions. Units moving to attack positions observed complete radio silence. All communication occurred via telephone, landlines, or messenger. This was the opposite of normal German practice, which relied heavily on radio communication for coordinating mobile operations. The silence cost operational flexibility, but gained strategic surprise. Allied signals intelligence, so effective throughout the war, detected no unusual enemy activity. Troop movements followed rigid protocols designed to avoid aerial observation. Divisions moved only at night, vehicles travelling with blackout lights on narrow forest roads. Movement began after dark and ceased before dawn, with units concealed in forests during daylight hours. Any vehicle visible from the air during daytime was immediately subject to court-martial for its commander. Horses and wagons replaced motorized transport near the front lines, reducing engine noise that might alert American listening posts. Tanks had their tracks muffled with straw and cloth to minimize sound. Entire panzer divisions crept into position like thieves, their normal operational signature deliberately erased. Camouflage discipline reached extreme levels. Armoured vehicles were hidden under trees and covered with camouflage nets interwoven with branches. Artillery positions were concealed in forests, with firing positions masked until the moment of attack. Ammunition dumps were dispersed and hidden. Even command posts were established in cellars and bunkers that showed no external signs of occupation. Smoking was forbidden in forward areas during daylight. Cooking fires were banned. Sentries enforced light discipline, ensuring no illumination was visible from American positions. The German army, normally a conspicuous presence with its mechanized columns and aggressive patrolling, made itself invisible. Security extended to personal knowledge of the operation. Division commanders learned their objectives only 48 hours before the attack. Regimental commanders were briefed 24 hours in advance. Battalion commanders received their orders 12 hours before H hour. Ordinary soldiers were told nothing until the assault began. This compartmentalization prevented security leaks, but also created coordination problems. Commanders had minimal time to study their objectives, reconnoitre their routes, or coordinate with adjacent units. The price of surprise was reduced preparation at tactical levels. Hitler's paranoia drove the security measures to extremes that hindered effective planning. Written orders were restricted to the absolute minimum. Operational maps were controlled like nuclear secrets. Officers briefed on the plan had to sign documents acknowledging that revealing any information was punishable by death. The Führer trusted no one, convinced that traitors within the Wehrmacht were feeding intelligence to the Allies. After the July 20th assassination attempt, his suspicion of the officer corps approached clinical paranoia. The Ardennes plan was controlled by a tiny circle: Hitler, Jodl, Keitel, Rundstedt, Model, and the army commanders. Everyone else received only the information essential to their specific role. Operation Greif added a dimension of confusion to German deception efforts. SS Colonel Otto Skorzeny had assembled Panzer Brigade 150, approximately 2,000 English-speaking soldiers equipped with captured American uniforms, vehicles, and weapons. These men had been recruited from throughout the Wehrmacht, selected for language skills and willingness to undertake the mission. They knew they were violating the laws of war. Soldiers fighting in enemy uniforms could be executed as spies if captured. Skorzeny made this clear during training, even requiring volunteers to sign declarations acknowledging they understood the risks. Most signed anyway, motivated by dedication to Germany or by Skorzeny's charismatic leadership. The mission called for infiltration teams to penetrate behind American lines during the opening hours of the offensive. They would spread confusion, cut communication lines, misdirect American reinforcements, and create panic through false reports. Larger teams would attempt to seize bridges over the Meuse River before American engineers could demolish them. The operation was audacious, complex, and critically dependent on achieving complete surprise. If Americans were alert and prepared, Grafe teams would be captured or killed before accomplishing anything. But if the initial assault created the chaos German planners expected, small teams of English-speaking soldiers in American uniforms could multiply that chaos exponentially. Training for Operation Greif revealed serious limitations. Many volunteers spoke English poorly, with heavy German accents that would immediately betray them to American soldiers. Captured American equipment was limited in quantity and often in poor condition. Weapons were unfamiliar. Volunteers trained with German weapons all their lives had to learn to operate American rifles, machine guns, and bazookas. American military procedures, radio protocols, and slang were foreign to them. Despite weeks of training, Skorzeny privately doubted whether his brigade could accomplish its ambitious objectives. But Hitler had ordered the operation, and Skorzeny was a loyal Nazi who would attempt it regardless of doubts. Allied intelligence failure was as important to German success as German deception measures. Shayev intelligence summaries in early December painted a picture of German forces too depleted to threaten major offensive action. The intelligence assessment for December 12th stated that the German army in the West was crippled and capable only of local counterattacks to delay Allied advances. This conclusion was based on solid evidence. German forces had been shattered in Normandy, had retreated across France with staggering losses, had failed to establish a stable defensive line anywhere. The logic seemed impeccable. An army that depleted could not suddenly mount a major offensive. This logic missed the possibility that Germany might commit its last reserves to a desperate gamble. Allied intelligence tracked frontline German units effectively but had poor visibility into strategic reserves in Germany itself. The Panzer divisions being rebuilt in the German interior, the Volksgrenadier divisions being formed from new conscripts and reassigned personnel, the concentration of artillery and ammunition in rear areas. All of this occurred beyond the view of Allied reconnaissance. When these forces moved to the Ardennes under strict security measures, Allied intelligence simply did not detect them. Ultra intercepts, the decoded German communications that had provided such decisive intelligence advantages, failed for the Ardennes operation. Hitler's security measures minimized radio traffic precisely because he suspected German codes were compromised. Critical operational orders went by courier or landline, not by radio. The communications that were intercepted concerned routine administrative matters, not offensive preparations. Allied codebreakers could not decrypt information that was never transmitted. For once, German operational security exceeded Allied intelligence capabilities. Aerial reconnaissance also failed to detect the buildup. Allied air forces dominated the skies over Western Europe, routinely conducting photo reconnaissance missions over German positions. But weather in late November and early December was consistently poor, with low clouds and fog limiting flying days. When reconnaissance missions did fly, the thick forests of the Ardennes concealed ground activity effectively. Aerial photographs showed some increased rail traffic and vehicle movement, but nothing that suggested offensive preparations. Analysts interpreted the activity as routine supply movements or troop rotations. The American 8 Corps sector selected for the German assault embodied Allied overconfidence. 4 divisions defended an 80-mile front. The 99th and 106th Infantry Divisions in the north, the 28th Infantry Division in the centre, and the 4th Infantry Division in the south. Two of these divisions were green units sent to the Ardennes to gain combat experience in a quiet sector before being committed to major offensives. The 28th was exhausted, recuperating from horrific casualties suffered in the Hürtgen forest. The 4th was in slightly better condition, but still under strength. 8 Corps had minimal reserves, limited artillery support, and virtually no tank or tank destroyer battalions in immediate support. American commanders in the Ardennes expected little German activity beyond occasional patrols and harassment. Intelligence briefings warned of possible spoiling attacks designed to disrupt American offensive preparations, but nothing suggesting a major operation. Division and regimental commanders focused on rest, refitting, and preparing for the next Allied offensive toward the Rhine. Defensive positions were adequate for routine security, but not designed to stop a determined assault by multiple divisions supported by armour. Minefields were incomplete, wire obstacles were sparse. Fields of fire were limited by dense forests. The entire sector was a calculated risk. Accept thin defences in a quiet area to concentrate forces for attacks elsewhere. By midnight on December 15th, the deception was complete. 28 German divisions with over 250,000 men occupied attack positions along an 80-mile front. American forces directly opposite them totaled approximately 4 divisions, with perhaps 83,000 men in the initial defense zone. The force ratio in the assault sector exceeded 3-to-1 German advantage, reaching 6 or 7-to-1 at specific breakthrough points. German artillery outnumbered American guns by similar margins. In armour, the disparity was even greater. Roughly 1,400 German tanks and assault guns against fewer than 200 American armoured vehicles in immediate support of 8th Corps. The weather forecast provided the final element Germany needed. Heavy cloud cover extending through at least December 17th, possibly longer. Allied air forces would be grounded. German columns could move without constant air attack. If the breakthrough succeeded and exploitation began, panzer divisions would have perhaps 48 to 72 hours to advance before clear skies returned. It was not much time to drive 125 miles to Antwerp, but it was better than nothing. Weather was the one variable German planners could not control, but could only hope favoured their operation. Now, meteorologists confirmed that fortune, or fate, was providing the conditions needed for success. At 2 in the morning on December 16th, final orders went to artillery batteries. Gunners made last-minute adjustments to firing data. Ammunition handlers stacked shells beside each gun. Infantry in assault positions checked weapons and equipment one last time. Tank crews performed final maintenance checks on their vehicles. Officers synchronized watches. Runners confirmed communication lines to higher headquarters. Across 80 miles of frozen forest, the German war machine prepared to spring its trap. Otto Skorzeny's Greif teams moved to jump-off points, their captured American jeeps and trucks concealed in forests, just behind the assault divisions. These men would wait until the initial breakthrough, then infiltrate through gaps in American lines. Their mission required chaos, and in a few hours, chaos would arrive. 20 other small commando teams prepared for more conventional missions. Seizing bridges, cutting communications, eliminating headquarters. Every element of the German assault force was ready. In American positions, sentries stamped their feet against the cold and watched the dark forest. Some heard faint sounds from German lines, vehicles moving, metal clanking, voices in the distance. A few soldiers reported these sounds to their officers. Lieutenants and captains made notes in logbooks, but took no special action. Sounds carried far on winter nights. Germans routinely moved supplies after dark. There was nothing to suggest that behind the quiet forest, 250,000 enemy soldiers waited to attack. In command posts from regiment to army level, American officers went about routine business. Intelligence summaries reported no significant enemy activity. The Ardennes remained the quiet sector. At 5:25 in the morning, German artillery commanders received the final order. At precisely 5:30, 1,600 guns would open fire simultaneously along 80 miles of front. The preparatory bombardment would last 60 to 90 minutes, targeting American positions, command posts, communication centres, and artillery positions. Then the infantry assault would begin, followed by armoured exploitation. The deception was perfect, the surprise would be complete. And in 5 minutes, the largest German offensive in the West since May 1940 would begin. The Americans, despite all their material advantages, despite their intelligence capabilities, despite their overwhelming numerical superiority across the entire Western Front, had been caught completely unprepared. Hitler's desperate gamble had achieved the one precondition necessary for any chance of success: total surprise. Now, the question was whether surprise and initial violence could overcome the impossible mathematics and logical shortfalls that professional soldiers had identified in November. In minutes, theory would meet reality, and the Ardennes forest would erupt in fire. December 16th, 1944, 6:45 in the morning. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt sits in his headquarters at Ziegenberg Castle, 75 miles behind the front lines, reading initial reports from the Ardennes. The offensive has been underway for just over an hour. 1,600 German guns have shattered the pre-dawn silence with a coordinated bombardment. Infantry assault divisions are now moving forward into American positions. Early reports suggest surprise is complete, American resistance is confused and fragmented, breakthrough appears imminent. Staff officers are optimistic, talking of rapid advances and encirclement of enemy forces. Rundstedt listens in silence, his weathered face expressing neither optimism nor enthusiasm. He knows a secret that his staff may suspect but cannot acknowledge. He is not really commanding this operation. The truth about Rundstedt's authority, or lack thereof, was hidden behind an elaborate fiction that deceived even some German officers. As Commander-in-Chief West, Rundstedt held the most prestigious field command in the Wehrmacht outside the Eastern Front. His orders went to Army Group B, commanded by Field Marshal Walter Model, which controlled the 3 armies conducting the Ardennes assault. On organizational charts, the chain of command was clear. Hitler to Rundstedt to Model to the army commanders. In practice, this chain was bypassed and undermined at every level by Hitler's direct control through OKW. The real command structure operated through parallel channels that circumvented Rundstedt entirely. Hitler maintained his headquarters at the Adlerhorst, Eagle's Nest, near Ziegenberg, deliberately positioned close to the front to enable direct control. Colonel General Alfred Jodl, Chief of Operations for OKW, and Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel, Chief of OKW itself, transmitted Hitler's orders directly to army commanders. Major decisions, from reserve deployment to tactical adjustments, required approval from Hitler's headquarters. Rundstedt was informed of these decisions, not consulted on them. His role was to sign orders, forward directives, and maintain the appearance of professional military control over what was actually a dictator's personal operation. Field Marshal Walter Model understood this reality better than anyone except perhaps Rundstedt himself. Model commanded Army Group B, the formation actually conducting the offensive. He was an energetic, hands-on commander who spent more time at the front than at headquarters. Model visited division command posts, observed attacks personally, made tactical decisions on the spot. He was everything Rundstedt was not. Young, relatively speaking, at 53. Energetic. Willing to work within Hitler's system. Model had survived longer than most field marshals by understanding how to manage Hitler's ego, presenting recommendations in ways that seemed to confirm the Führer's preconceptions while subtly steering decisions toward military logic. But even Model operated under severe constraints. He could not withdraw a single battalion without authorization from OKW. He could not shift reserves between armies without Hitler's approval. He could not modify the operational plan based on battlefield developments without submitting requests that took hours to process while combat situations evolved in minutes. The German command system, which earlier in the war had emphasized decentralized initiative and rapid decision-making, had ossified into a rigid hierarchy where only Hitler could make strategic and operational decisions. This centralization created fatal delays in responding to unexpected battlefield developments. The 3 army commanders executing the assault had even less autonomy. SS Obergruppenführer Sepp Dietrich, commanding 6th SS Panzer Army on the northern flank, was Hitler's personal favourite, a former bodyguard elevated to command based on Nazi party loyalty rather than military competence. Dietrich understood his real commander was the Führer, not Rundstedt or even Model. He could appeal any order he disliked directly to Hitler, and frequently did. General Hasso von Manteuffel, commanding 5th Panzer Army in the centre, was more professional and competent but equally aware that success meant pleasing Hitler, not satisfying his nominal superiors. General Erich Brandenberger, commanding 7th Army on the southern flank, had the least authority of all, his forces explicitly subordinated to supporting the Panzer Army's advances. This fragmented command structure created predictable problems that manifested immediately on December 16th. Initial reports reaching Rundstedt's headquarters were fragmentary and delayed. The assault had begun at 5:30 in the morning with artillery bombardment. Infantry attacks commenced around 7. By mid-morning, when Rundstedt should have been receiving detailed situation reports enabling operational decisions, he instead had scattered radio messages, incomplete phone reports, and rumours. The communications network was overwhelmed by combat traffic. Command posts were moving forward to maintain contact with advancing units. The fog of war, always thick, was impenetrable in the dense forests and rough terrain of the Ardennes. What information did reach, Ziegenberg suggested, mixed results. 6th SS Panzer Army under Dietrich was encountering fierce resistance from the American 99th Infantry Division near Monschau. The elite 1st SS Panzer Division, Leibstandarte Adolf Hitler, was stalled trying to break through prepared American positions. This was the formation that was supposed to achieve the decisive breakthrough and lead the race to Antwerp. Instead, it was bogged down fighting for small villages in dense forest. Dietrich's other panzer divisions could not deploy until Leibstandarte opened a path through the American defences. The entire northern thrust, the main effort in Hitler's plan, was hours behind schedule before the day ended. 5th Panzer Army in the centre was doing better. Manteuffel's forces had achieved surprise and penetration against the Green 106th Infantry Division. German infantry had infiltrated through American positions under cover of fog. By mid-morning, several regiments of the 106th were surrounded. Manteuffel's panzer divisions were moving forward to exploit the breakthroughs. This was where genuine progress was occurring, not in Dietrich's sector as the plan had anticipated. Professional soldiers like Rundstedt and Model could see immediately that the point of main effort should shift from 6th SS Panzer Army to 5th Panzer Army. But making that shift required Hitler's approval, and Hitler had decreed that Dietrich would lead the advance to Antwerp. By mid-afternoon on December 16th, communications between Model's Army Group B headquarters and Rundstedt's OB West headquarters were attempting to coordinate a response to battlefield developments. Model recommended releasing armoured reserves to Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army to exploit success in the centre. Rundstedt's Chief of Staff, General Günther von Blumentritt, agreed and prepared the necessary orders. But the reserves in question, specifically the 6th SS Panzer Army's uncommitted divisions, could not be moved without Hitler's authorization. A request was transmitted to OKW headquarters. Hours passed while staff officers at Adlerhorst debated the request. Hitler was sleeping and could not be disturbed. By the time approval came, the battlefield situation had evolved and the opportunity had partially passed. This pattern repeated throughout the offensive. Tactical commanders identifying opportunities or problems, requesting permission to act, waiting for authorization from Hitler's headquarters, receiving approval too late or too modified to be fully effective. The German military system that had pioneered rapid decision-making and decentralized command in the 1920s and 30s had been strangled by Hitler's insistence on personal control. The operational flexibility that had enabled blitzkrieg victories in Poland, France, and early Russia had disappeared. In its place was a sclerotic system where aging fanatic in a bunker made tactical decisions for battles he could not see. Rundstedt's daily routine during the offensive revealed his actual role. He rose late, around 9 in the morning, after the crucial initial hours when commanders need to assess situations and make decisions. He reviewed overnight reports while drinking coffee, reading summaries prepared by staff officers. He attended briefings where his subordinates told him what was happening, not where he issued orders to shape events. He lunched at 1:30, cognac appearing with the meal and continuing through the afternoon. By evening, he was drinking steadily, maintaining the fog of alcohol that increasingly characterized his final years of service. He went to bed by 10 in the evening, ensuring he would miss any nighttime developments. Staff officers at Ziegenberg witnessed this routine with mixed reactions. Some were appalled that Germany's Commander-in-Chief West was effectively absent during the most important operation on their front. Others were more philosophical, recognizing that Rundstedt's presence or absence made little difference given Hitler's control. A few saw the Field Marshal's detachment as a form of protest, his way of signalling without stating explicitly that he wanted no responsibility for an operation he believed was doomed. Rundstedt himself offered no explanations. He signed the orders placed before him, forwarded the directives sent from OKW, and maintained the dignity of his position while exercising none of its authority. The communications network magnified command problems. Rundstedt's headquarters at Ziegenberg was approximately 75 kilometers from the front. In an era before satellite communications or internet, before even reliable field radios, command depended on telephone landlines that were vulnerable to artillery fire, partisan action, and simple technical failure. Radio communications existed but were limited by equipment capabilities and security concerns. Messengers carrying written orders took hours to travel from headquarters to frontline units. Information flowed slowly upward, decisions flowed slowly downward, and battlefield situations evolved faster than the command system could respond. Model partially solved this problem by staying close to the front. He established his Army Group B headquarters at Münstereifel, much closer to the fighting than Rundstedt's position at Ziegenberg. Model visited division command posts personally, driving forward in his staff car to see situations himself, rather than depending on reports filtered through multiple headquarters levels. This put him at personal risk, several times coming under American artillery fire, but it allowed him to make informed decisions quickly. Model became the real operational commander of the Ardennes offensive by default, because he was present and engaged while Rundstedt remained distant and detached. But Model faced the same constraint all German commanders faced. He could not make strategic decisions. He could recommend that armoured reserves be committed to 5th Panzer Army instead of 6th SS Panzer Army. He could suggest that objectives be modified based on battlefield realities. He could propose that forces be withdrawn from unprofitable attacks and shifted to areas where progress was being made. But he could not order any of these actions without Hitler's approval, and Hitler refused to acknowledge that his plan was not working as intended. By December 18th, 48 hours into the offensive, the pattern was clear to professional soldiers. 6th SS Panzer Army, the designated main effort, was stalled. Dietrich's divisions had failed to achieve the breakthrough Hitler's plan required. 5th Panzer Army in the centre was making progress, Manteufel's forces advancing towards Street, 5th and Bastogne, but was under-resourced because Hitler insisted on reinforcing failure in Dietrich's sector rather than exploiting success in Manteufel's. 7th Army on the southern flank was performing its mission, providing flank protection, but was too weak to do more. The logical response was to shift the point of main effort from north to centre, reinforce Manteufel, accept that Dietrich had failed, and drive for the Meuse through the path 5th Panzer Army was opening. Rundstedt and Model jointly recommended this shift in multiple communications to OKW. Their assessment was professionally sound and operationally obvious. Hitler refused. He had decided that 6th SS Panzer Army would lead the advance to Antwerp, and he would not accept that his favourite Dietrich had failed. Instead, Hitler ordered renewed attacks in Dietrich's sector, demanding that Leibstandarte break through, regardless of casualties. He authorised minimal reinforcements to Manteufel's successful advance. This was ideology overruling military logic, Hitler's fantasy of SS superiority blinding him to battlefield reality. On December 20th, a critical decision point arrived. American forces still held Street, Vith, a vital road hub that channeled traffic through the Ardennes. Manteufel's forces had bypassed it, but needed to clear it to open supply routes for continuing advances. Model recommended committing additional forces to reduce Street Vith quickly. Rundstedt endorsed this recommendation. The request went to OKW. Hitler authorised some reinforcements, but not enough for a decisive assault. He was still fixated on Dietrich's sector, still demanding breakthrough where none was possible. Street Vith held for additional days, strangling German supply lines and slowing Manteufel's advance at a critical moment. The same day, American forces completed the encirclement of Bastogne. This road junction was even more important than Street Vith, controlling 7 roads critical for German logistics. Manteuffel wanted to bypass Bastogne and continue advancing, leaving follow-on forces to reduce the garrison. Model agreed this was the correct approach. But Hitler ordered that Bastogne be captured immediately, fearing that an American garrison in his rear would threaten supply lines. Forces that should have been driving for the Meuse were instead committed to attacking Bastogne. The attack failed. The 101st Airborne Division and attached units held, and Manteuffel's advance, the one German success story of the offensive, was slowed by Hitler's insistence on clearing rear areas rather than exploiting forward. Rundstedt watched these decisions with the fatalism of a man who had predicted exactly this outcome. He had told his staff in November that the operation had perhaps a 10% chance of success. He had opposed the plan's ambitious objectives and tight timeline. He had recommended the small solution, limited objectives that matched available resources. Every one of his professional judgments was being validated by events. Yet he remained in command, signing orders he disagreed with, implementing plans he knew were failing, maintaining the fiction that he held authority over an operation controlled entirely by Hitler's fevered imagination. Why did Rundstedt continue? The question haunted historians and psychologists who studied his career. He was not a Nazi true believer like Dietrich or a convinced Hitler loyalist like Model. He had expressed contempt for the Führer privately to his staff. He had been dismissed twice for recommending logical military actions Hitler rejected. He must have known by December 1944 that Germany was losing the war, that this offensive was desperate gamble, that his professional reputation would be stained by association with failure. Yet he stayed at his post, went through the motions of command, and lent his name and prestige to an operation he believed was doomed. The answer lay in the core of Rundstedt's identity. He was a Prussian officer whose entire life had been shaped by military service. The concept of refusing an appointment, of walking away from duty, of placing personal judgment above orders from superior authority was literally unthinkable to him. His military culture had no framework for principled resignation. You were given a mission, you executed it to the best of your ability, and you accepted the consequences. This code had produced Prussian military excellence for 2 centuries. But it had also produced officers who followed orders regardless of their content, who separated technical competence from moral judgment, who served evil regimes because their professional technical side identity left them no alternative. On December 22nd, 6 days into the offensive, Rundstedt's authority collapsed entirely in a single incident that revealed the reality of his position. Model requested authorization to withdraw threatened units from an exposed salient near Street Vith. The position was militarily untenable. Holding it risked losing 2 divisions to encirclement. Rundstedt agreed and forwarded the request to OKW with his endorsement. Hitler personally denied the request, ordering the units to hold in place. When Model protested, Hitler telephoned Rundstedt directly and dressed him down for forwarding defeatist recommendations. The Field Marshal, 70 years old and Germany's most senior military officer, sat silent while the Führer berated him for doing his job. When the call ended, Rundstedt told his chief of staff quietly, "We are not commanding this operation. We are merely here to give it the appearance of professional military control." It was the truest thing Rundstedt said during the entire Ardennes offensive. He was a figurehead, a prestigious name, lending credibility to operations controlled by a dictator, increasingly detached from reality. The old gentleman, the respected field marshal, the aristocratic Prussian officer, had been reduced to a rubber stamp. His signature appeared on orders written by others. His authority extended only to matters Hitler's headquarters chose not to micromanage. His professional judgment, honed over 50 years of service, was solicited and then ignored. He had become what Hitler always intended him to be, the appearance of military professionalism, concealing the reality of ideological fanaticism, driving Germany's final, desperate, doomed offensive in the West. December 24th, 1944, 2 in the afternoon. Major Ernst von Kochenhausen, operations officer of the 2nd Panzer Division, stands beside his commander's half-track 4 miles from the Meuse River near the Belgian village of Selles. Through binoculars, he can see the river valley stretching before him, the objective that has driven this entire operation. His division has covered nearly 60 miles in 8 days of continuous combat, farther than any other German formation in the offensive. They are closer to the Meuse than anyone else, closer to realizing Hitler's dream of splitting the Allied armies. But Kochenhausen is not celebrating. His tanks are nearly out of fuel. His supply columns are stuck in traffic jams, 30 miles behind. American forces are closing in from north, south, and west. And the sky, overcast for 8 days, is beginning to clear. The story of how 2nd Panzer Division reached Selles encapsulated both the initial success and ultimate failure of the Ardennes offensive. In the opening hours of December 16th, the division had been positioned as part of 5th Panzer Army's exploitation force, waiting for infantry divisions to break through American defenses. By late on, December 17th, gaps had opened in American lines defending the Schnee Eifel. 2nd Panzer, commanded by Colonel Meinrad von Lauschet, pushed through and began the rapid advance that German planning anticipated. For 3 days, the division moved almost unopposed through Belgian countryside, bypassing American strongpoints, avoiding major combat, driving westward with single-minded focus. This was blitzkrieg, as the Germans had perfected it in earlier years. Rapid penetration deep into enemy rear areas, bypassing resistance rather than stopping to reduce it, maintaining momentum regardless of exposed flanks, trusting that speed and shock would paralyze enemy response. 2nd Panzer Division demonstrated that German tactical excellence had not disappeared, despite 3 years of attrition. Junior officers made bold decisions. Tank commanders maneuvered aggressively. Support units kept pace with combat formations. For a few glorious days, it seemed like 1940 again, German. Panzers racing across Belgium while Allied forces scrambled to respond. But the advance occurred in an increasingly narrow corridor. To the north, American forces at Elsenborn Ridge had stopped 6th SS Panzer Army cold. To the south, Patton's 3rd Army was wheeling north to strike the German flank. In the centre, Bastogne remained in American hands, surrounded but defiant, tying down German divisions that should have been supporting 2nd Panzer's advance. The division was the tip of a spear that had penetrated deeply, but whose shaft was bending, threatened with breaking. Supply lines stretched back through villages, still held by Americans, across rivers where bridges were damaged or destroyed, through forests where American artillery interdicted roads. Fuel became the critical constraint exactly as quartermaster officers had predicted in November. 2nd Panzer Division had started the offensive with tanks fully fueled and carrying reserve cans. By December 20th, those reserves were exhausted. The division depended entirely on supply columns, bringing fuel forward from dumps in Germany. But those columns were stuck in massive traffic jams caused by the road network limitations that staff officers had identified during planning. 7 German divisions were trying to move west through road networks designed for peacetime civilian traffic. Vehicles blocked intersections. Damaged tanks cluttered routes. American demolitions destroyed bridges. What should have been an 8-hour journey from supply dumps to frontline units was taking 3 days. The plan to capture American fuel dumps and use them to continue the advance had failed completely. Several large American supply installations had been overrun in the first days of the offensive. But in every case, American engineers had destroyed the fuel before retreating, or German units had bypassed the dumps in their haste to advance westward. Kampfgruppe Piper, the most famous German spearhead, had captured minimal usable fuel despite penetrating nearly 50 miles in the first 2 days. Piper's tanks ran dry by December 19th, stranding the entire battle group in Belgian villages with no ability to continue advancing or even to withdraw effectively. 2nd Panzer Division faced the same fate. On December 23rd, Christmas Eve's Eve, the division's lead elements reached Selles, within sight of the Meuse. Reconnaissance patrols actually reached the river itself at Dinant, looking across the water to the far bank that represented escape from the constraining Ardennes terrain into open country beyond. This was the closest German forces would get to the Meuse, the high water mark of Hitler's offensive. But the scouts who reached the river did so in vehicles running on fumes. Behind them, The division's tanks were halted for lack of fuel. Fuel trucks that left German supply dumps on December 20th were still in transit, stuck in traffic somewhere between Streetvith and Bastogne. The weather, which had favoured Germany for 8 days, was turning. On December 23rd, patches of blue sky appeared through the overcast. Allied pilots flying reconnaissance missions spotted 2nd Panzer Division's columns strung out on roads approaching the Meuse. They reported positions back to headquarters. By afternoon, weather forecasts confirmed that December 24th would dawn clear and cold. Perfect flying weather. The window of cloudy skies that had protected German forces from air attack was closing. Allied air superiority, dormant for over a week, was about to return with devastating effect. Major Kochenhausen understood the division's predicament with crystal clarity. He had spent December 23rd trying to organise fuel deliveries, coordinating with supply officers, issuing increasingly desperate requests to higher headquarters. Army Group B headquarters promised fuel was en route. 5th Panzer Army headquarters said trucks had departed supply dumps. But promises and actual fuel in tank treads were very different things. Without fuel, 2nd Panzer Division was immobile. Without mobility, it was defenseless against the converging American forces. And with clear weather coming, American fighter bombers would turn the stalled division into a shooting gallery. On the morning of December 24th, the sky cleared. Kochenhausen remembered the sound that followed, the distant drone of aircraft engines growing steadily louder, resolving into the distinctive roar of American P-47 Thunderbolts diving to attack. The fighter bombers came in waves, rocketing and strafing German vehicles strung out on exposed roads. Tanks that had survived 8 days of combat burned under rocket attacks. Trucks carrying ammunition exploded. Half-tracks and armoured cars were riddled with 50 caliber machine gun fire. Men who had fought their way 60 miles toward the Meuse died beside their vehicles on Christmas Eve morning, killed from the air with no ability to defend themselves or strike back. The American ground response was equally decisive. The 2nd Armoured Division, held in reserve north of the Meuse, had been tracking 2nd Panzer's advance for days. Now, with the German spearhead stalled and vulnerable, the American division attacked from the north and west. Combat Command B struck 2nd Panzer's lead elements around Selles on December 24th and 25th, destroying or capturing hundreds of German vehicles. The Germans, without fuel to manoeuvre and without supplies to sustain prolonged combat, fought with the desperation of trapped men. Some units held out for days. But the outcome was never in doubt once American armour and air power engaged simultaneously. While 2nd Panzer Division was being destroyed at Selles, the siege of Bastogne reached its climax. The 101st Airborne Division and attached units had been surrounded since December 20th. German forces, including elements of multiple divisions diverted from the advance, attacked repeatedly but could not break through American defences. The defenders were short on ammunition, medical supplies, and food. But they held the critical road junction that controlled movement throughout the central Ardennes. Every German division trying to supply frontline units had to detour around Bastogne, adding hours and miles to already overstretched supply lines. On December 22nd, the German commander surrounding Bastogne, Lieutenant General Heinrich von Luttwitz, sent a surrender demand to the American commander, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe. The written demand, composed in English, informed McAuliffe that his position was hopeless and offered honourable surrender terms. McAuliffe's reply entered military legend: nuts. When the German officers who delivered the demand asked for clarification, an American colonel explained helpfully, "It means go to hell." Luttwitz received the response with resigned acceptance. He had not expected surrender. His demand was a formality. Now the battle would continue. The weather break on December 23rd allowed the most critical resupply operation of the entire battle. Clear skies meant transport aircraft could fly. The 9th Air Force organised a massive aerial resupply mission, with C-47 transport planes dropping supplies by parachute directly into the Bastogne perimeter. Over 3 days, December 23rd through 25th, American aircraft delivered over 1,000 tons of ammunition, medical supplies, and food. The defenders, who had been rationing ammunition and treating wounded in makeshift aid stations without adequate supplies, suddenly had the resources to continue fighting. Morale, already high, soared. On December 26th, Patton's Third Army broke through German lines south of Bastogne. The 4th Armoured Division drove north through German defences weakened by repeated attacks against Bastogne itself. Lead elements of the division reached the Bastogne perimeter in late afternoon, opening a corridor that would be widened in subsequent days. The siege was broken. Bastogne would remain in American hands. The German offensive in the centre, which had depended on controlling this road junction, had failed. The cumulative effect of these developments, 2nd Panzer Division destroyed at the high water mark, Bastogne relieved, clear weather allowing devastating air attacks, was to transform the operational situation. Through December 23rd, the Ardennes offensive had been a German attack, however faltering, against American defenders. After December 26th, it became an American counteroffensive against overextended German forces. The initiative had passed irreversibly to the Allies. Hitler's gamble had failed not in one dramatic moment, but through accumulating problems that professional soldiers had predicted in November. Insufficient fuel, inadequate roads, exposed flanks, weather-dependent planning, objectives beyond available resources. Casualty figures told the story. Through Christmas Day, German forces had suffered approximately 67,000 casualties, killed, wounded, or captured. American losses were higher, approximately 77,000, reflecting the initial shock of the German assault and the desperate fighting to contain it. But the critical difference was sustainability. America could replace losses within weeks, drawing on training camps filled with recruits and depots stocked with equipment. Germany could not. Every soldier lost in the Ardennes was irreplaceable. Every tank destroyed could not be rebuilt. Every gallon of fuel burned was gone forever from strategic reserves that were already critically depleted. Equipment losses were even more telling. Germany had committed approximately 1,400 tanks and assault guns to the offensive. By December 26th, over 400 were destroyed or abandoned. Another 300 were damaged or experiencing mechanical problems. The remaining 700 were dispersed across 80 miles of front, many immobilised by fuel shortages, all vulnerable to air attack. The panzer divisions that had been Germany's last mobile reserve were being ground down in battles of attrition they could not win. The Luftwaffe had lost over 700 aircraft in the first 10 days, shot down by Allied fighters or destroyed on the ground. Germany was losing its air force faster than pilot training schools could replace air crew. On December 25th, Christmas Day, Field Marshal von Rundstedt attended a briefing at his headquarters in Ziegenberg. Staff officers presented the situation with professional detachment. 2nd Panzer Division's advance halted, Bastogne relieved, American counterattacks beginning on multiple fronts. Fuel supplies critically short, casualties mounting. The room was silent when the briefing concluded. Everyone present understood what the numbers meant. The offensive had failed. Germany had committed its last reserves to a desperate gamble and lost. The only remaining question was how much more destruction would be inflicted before Hitler accepted reality and authorised withdrawal. Rundstedt asked one question: has OKW been informed? His chief of staff confirmed that detailed reports had been transmitted to Hitler's headquarters. The field marshal nodded slowly. He did not rage against the failure or blame subordinates. He simply acknowledged the situation with the fatalism of a man who had predicted exactly this outcome. 2 months earlier, when Hitler first presented the plan, Rundstedt had calculated a 10% chance of success. Events had validated his assessment. Professional military judgment had proven correct. Ideological fantasy had proven disastrous. But there was no satisfaction in being right. Only the grim knowledge that Germany had squandered forces desperately needed for defending the homeland. Model, at his forward headquarters, was already preparing recommendations for withdrawal. His Army Group B faced an impossible situation. Forces overextended across a bulge, 60 miles deep and 70 miles wide. Supply lines strangled, flanks under attack, weather allowing Allied air superiority. The logical course was immediate withdrawal to defensible positions along the West Wall, the prepared fortifications on Germany's border. Every day of delay meant additional losses Germany could not afford. Model prepared detailed withdrawal plans and submitted them to OKW with endorsements from his army commanders. They were professional, practical, and urgently necessary. Hitler's response came on December 27. Continue attacking, capture Bastogne, renew the drive to the Meuse, commit additional reserves, the Führer refused to acknowledge failure. In his mind, the offensive had not failed, but had merely encountered temporary difficulties that willpower would overcome. He ordered new attacks in sectors where German strength was already depleted. He demanded continued offensive operations when defensive operations were the only realistic option. He threatened commanders who suggested withdrawal with court-martial for defeatism. The pattern established throughout the war repeated. Professional military advice ignored. Ideological determination substituted for operational capability. Catastrophe pursued with fanatical dedication. The high watermark at Chelles was not simply a geographical point on a map. It represented the maximum extent of German power in December 1944, the furthest that will and determination could push forces beyond their sustainable capabilities. 4 miles from the Meuse, 2nd Panzer Division had reached not just the limit of its advance, but the limit of what Nazi Germany could still accomplish militarily. Beyond that point lay not victory, but only deeper defeat. The reconnaissance patrols who actually reached the Meuse on December 24th looked across the river at an objective they would never cross. Behind them, the Reich they fought for was dying. Ahead, across the water, lay a future that would be written by victors. And in headquarters, scattered across Germany and Belgium, professional soldiers who had predicted this failure prepared to manage the inevitable retreat, while Hitler demanded they continue attacking toward objectives that were no longer attainable and never really had been. December 22nd, 1944, 11:30 in the morning. A German staff officer under flag of truce approaches American lines at Bastogne carrying a written surrender demand. Inside the surrounded town, Brigadier General Anthony McAuliffe, acting commander of the 101st Airborne Division, reads the message with his staff. The German ultimatum is formal, almost courteous. His position is hopeless. He is surrounded. Honourable surrender terms are offered. He has 2 hours to decide. McAuliffe's staff officers wait for his response. The general thinks for a moment, then says simply, nuts." His operations officer suggests this would make an excellent official reply. McAuliffe agrees. The written response delivered to the German emissaries consists of one word: nuts. When the confused Germans ask for clarification, they are told, "It means go to hell." This moment of defiance captured something essential about the Battle of Bastogne that transcended military calculations. The town should have fallen. By every conventional measure, the American garrison was doomed. 7 roads converged at Bastogne, making it the most important logistics hub in the southern Ardennes. German forces needed these roads to supply their advance toward the Meuse. When 5th Panzer Army bypassed Bastogne on December 19th and 20th, encircling the garrison, the logical expectation was that American defenders would surrender within days. They were outnumbered at least 3-1. They had limited ammunition and supplies. Artillery support was sparse. Armour was minimal. Winter weather prevented resupply by air. Logic dictated capitulation. But war is not conducted according to logic alone. The 101st Airborne Division, plus attached units totaling approximately 18,000 men, had established defensive positions around Bastogne's perimeter with grim determination. These were elite troops, paratroopers, trained to fight while surrounded, led by officers who had learned their trade, jumping into Normandy on D-Day and fighting through France and Holland. Being surrounded was not a catastrophe, but a familiar condition. When Colonel Harper, regimental commander, informed his troops they were surrounded, one soldier replied, "They've got us, surrounded." The poor bastards. This was not bravado, but professional confidence. Surrounded meant they could shoot in any direction. The German attacks began on December 21st with assault by the Semmer, 26th Volksgrenadier Division from the northeast. These were not elite troops, but hastily trained infantry formed from a mix of young conscripts and older recalled soldiers. They attacked with determination but limited tactical skill. American defenders dug into defensive positions with overlapping fields of fire, cut the attacks apart. German casualties mounted rapidly. The Volksgrenadiers gained no significant ground. By nightfall on December 21st, this axis of attack had failed decisively. German commanders recognized that capturing Bastogne would require more force than they had initially committed. Hitler, monitoring the battle from his headquarters, ordered that Bastogne be taken immediately, regardless of cost. The town's continued resistance was strangling supply lines for the entire central sector of the offensive. Every German division trying to move west had to detour around Bastogne, adding hours and miles to routes already choked with traffic. 5th Panzer Army's advance had stalled partly because logistics could not keep pace when all supplies had to bypass this American-held road junction. From a purely military standpoint, Model and Manteuffel recommended bypassing Bastogne entirely, leaving minimal forces to contain the garrison while main combat units continued toward the Meuse. Hitler refused. His obsession with clearing rear areas took priority over operational logic. Additional German divisions were diverted to attack the Panzer Lehr Division, the 2nd Panzer Division, elements of the 9th Panzer Division. These were elite formations equipped with the best remaining German tanks, including King Tigers and Panthers. Committed against the Meuse River crossings, they might have achieved breakthrough. Instead, they were thrown at Bastogne's defences in attacks that resembled First World War frontal assaults more than modern mechanized warfare. The Panzer divisions attacked from different directions on December 23rd and 24th. All were repulsed with heavy losses. American bazookas, anti-tank guns, and tank destroyers knocked out German armour at close range. The defenders held. Weather was the critical variable for Bastogne's survival. Through December 22nd, low clouds and fog prevented aerial resupply. The garrison was running short on everything. Artillery, ammunition was rationed to 10 rounds per gun per day. Medical supplies were exhausted. Food was reduced to 1 meal daily. Wounded men lay in makeshift aid stations without morphine or surgical supplies. The defenders were holding, but attrition was taking its toll. If weather continued to prevent resupply, the garrison would eventually be forced to surrender simply because they lacked the ammunition to continue fighting. On December 23rd, the weather cleared. This was the same weather break that doomed 2nd Panzer Division at Selles, and it saved the Bastogne garrison. The 9th Air Force organised a massive resupply operation with C-47 transport aircraft. Fighter escorts protected the transports from Luftwaffe interception. Beginning at 9 in the morning, transports appeared over Bastogne in steady streams, dropping supplies by parachute. Coloured parachutes blossomed over the town, red for ammunition, white for medical supplies, blue for food and general supplies. Over 3 days, December 23rd through 25th, Allied aircraft delivered over 1,440 tons of supplies directly into the American perimeter. The psychological impact equaled the material benefit. Defenders who had been rationing their last ammunition suddenly had abundant supplies. Medical personnel who had been operating without anesthesia received full surgical kits. Soldiers who had been eating 1 meal daily suddenly had field rations to spare. Morale, already surprisingly high given the circumstances, soared. The appearance of supply aircraft also demonstrated to the defenders that they had not been abandoned, that higher headquarters was supporting them, that relief was coming. This confidence translated directly into combat effectiveness. German attacks on December 24th met even more determined resistance than earlier assaults. Patton's relief operation, officially Operation Encore, began on December 22nd when 3rd Army pivoted north from its positions in Lorraine. This manoeuvre was itself remarkable. An entire army, approximately 250,000 men organised in 3 corps, turned 90 degrees and attacked in a new direction within 72 hours. This kind of large-scale reorientation normally required weeks of preparation. Patton accomplished it in 3 days through aggressive staff work and ruthless prioritization of objectives. His goal was simple: break through German lines south of Bastogne, open a corridor to the surrounded garrison, and relieve the town before it fell. The German 7th Army, commanded by General Erich Brandenberger, defended the southern flank of the Ardennes salient against Patton's assault. Brandenberger had the weakest force of the 3 German armies in the offensive, primarily infantry divisions with minimal armour support, tasked with protecting against exactly the kind of counterattack Patton was now launching. The German units fought skillfully, utilising defensive terrain and conducting organised withdrawals when positions became untenable, but they were outnumbered and outgunned. Patton's 3rd Army had numerical superiority, ample artillery support, and once weather-cleared, overwhelming air superiority. The critical breakthrough came on December 26th, when Combat Command Reserve of the 4th Armoured Division, commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Creighton Abrams, penetrated German defences south of Bastogne. Abrams, who would later command American forces in Vietnam, led from the front with characteristic aggressiveness. His tank battalion smashed through German positions in the village of Assenois, covering the final 5 miles to Bastogne's perimeter by late afternoon. The siege was broken. A corridor, initially narrow and vulnerable to German counterattack, had been opened. Supplies and reinforcements could now reach the garrison by ground convoy. The relief of Bastogne marked the decisive turning point of the Ardennes offensive. As long as the town remained surrounded, German commanders could hope that capturing it would restore operational momentum. Once relieved, Bastogne became a permanent thorn in the German flank, a base from which American forces could attack supply lines throughout the southern Ardennes. Every German division west of Bastogne now faced potential encirclement if American forces expanded their corridor. The offensive had not merely stalled, but had begun to reverse, with German forces facing the prospect of fighting their way back to starting positions. Hitler's reaction to Bastogne's relief was characteristic. He ordered renewed attacks to re-establish the encirclement. Additional divisions were committed to attacking the American corridor, trying to cut off Patton's forces and re-isolate the garrison. These attacks launched on December 27th and continuing into early January, achieved local successes but could not restore the siege. American forces widened the corridor despite fierce German resistance. The road from Luxembourg into Bastogne, which Patton named Petit Pont after a bridge that had been captured intact, became a supply artery carrying reinforcements and supplies to Bastogne while evacuating wounded. The battle for Bastogne consumed German resources desperately needed elsewhere. Estimates vary, but at least 6 German divisions were involved in attacking or containing Bastogne at various points during the offensive. The 26th Volksgrenadier Division, Panzerlehr Division, 2nd Panzer Division, 9th Panzer Division, elements of the 5th Parachute Division, and eventually the Führergrenadier Brigade. These formations suffered heavy casualties attacking fortified positions defended by elite troops with ample supplies. Panzerlehr Division, which had started the offensive with over 100 tanks, was reduced to fewer than 30 operational tanks by early January. The 2nd Panzer Division was destroyed as a cohesive fighting force at Chelles, partly because divisions needed to support it were tied down at Bastogne. The symbolic importance of Bastogne exceeded its tactical significance. American propaganda made McAuliffe's "nuts" response famous, using it to illustrate American defiance and determination. The story of surrounded paratroopers holding against overwhelming odds resonated with American public and boosted morale after the shock of the initial German attack. For Germany, Bastogne became emblematic of failure, an objective that should have fallen quickly but never did, consuming resources while contributing nothing to operational success, demonstrating that German forces no longer possessed the combat power to overcome determined resistance. Rundstedt, from his headquarters at Ziegenberg, watched the Bastogne fighting with the detachment of a man observing predicted failure. His staff had calculated in November that the Ardennes road network could not support the planned advance. Bastogne was the critical node in that network. Failing to capture it meant logistics would strangle the offensive regardless of tactical successes elsewhere. When Model and Manteuffel recommended bypassing Bastogne, Rundstedt had endorsed their proposal. Hitler's rejection and insistence on capturing the town had doomed the offensive's logistics even before 2nd Panzer Division reached Celles. Professional judgment had been correct, ideological determination had been catastrophic. By December 27th, 5 days after the Germans' surrender demand, Bastogne was firmly in American hands with a secure supply corridor. The garrison that should have surrendered had held. The town that was supposed to be captured quickly had become an American fortress. The road junction critical to German logistics remained in enemy control. And Hitler, rather than acknowledging these realities and authorizing withdrawal, was ordering continued attacks to recapture what had never been captured in the first place. The broken dream of reaching Antwerp lay buried in the frozen fields around Bastogne, where German soldiers who had been told they would split the Allied armies instead found themselves attacking the same objective repeatedly with diminishing strength and mounting casualties. On New Year's Eve, 1944, American soldiers in Bastogne celebrated survival. They had been surrounded for 12 days, had fought off repeated attacks, had been relieved and reinforced. They had earned a place in military history as the garrison that held when logic said it should fall. In German headquarters throughout the Ardennes, staff officers compiled casualty reports and logistic summaries that told a darker story. The offensive had consumed forces Germany could not replace, fuel that could not be replenished, and time that could not be recovered. The Battle of Bastogne had not been a dramatic climax with clear winners and losers, but a grinding attritional struggle that Germany, with its limited resources, could not afford. The Americans could replace every loss, the Germans could not. That simple arithmetic, predicted by quartermaster officers in November, had determined the outcome more surely than any individual battle or tactical decision. Bastogne held because America had the resources to sustain defence. Bastogne broke German dreams because Germany lacked resources to sustain offence. And Rundstedt, the Old Prussian who had commanded this operation in name, while Hitler controlled it in fact, understood that Bastogne was where the Ardennes offensive had truly died, strangled by logistics, exactly as professional soldiers had predicted it would be. December 28th, 1944, 10 in the morning. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt sits at his desk in Ziegenberg Castle, drafting a memorandum to OKW recommending immediate withdrawal of German forces from the Ardennes salient. The document is professionally written, citing tactical necessities and operational realities. Forces overextended, flanks under attack, supply lines untenable, continuing offensive operations impossible. He signs the memorandum and hands it to his Chief of Staff, General Günther Blumentritt, for transmission to Hitler's headquarters. Blumentritt reads it silently, then looks at the Field Marshal. Both men know this recommendation will be rejected. Both men know that writing it is futile. But professional soldiers document their advice even when they know it will be ignored. It is what the job requires. It is what duty demands. The memorandum reaches Adlerhorst, Hitler's command complex, within the hour. Staff officers at OKW review it and prepare a summary for the Führer. Hitler reads the summary and responds with predictable fury. He dictates a reply rejecting withdrawal, ordering continued offensive operations, and demanding capture of Bastogne before any other actions are considered. The rejection reaches Rundstedt's headquarters by mid-afternoon. The Field Marshal reads it without visible reaction, files it with other rejected recommendations, and returns to reviewing situation reports. This is his existence now, recommending professional military actions that will be rejected, signing orders he did not write, presiding over an offensive he cannot control. Model at Army Group B headquarters is conducting similar exercises in futility. His tactical commanders report situations requiring immediate decisions, units in danger of encirclement that need permission to withdraw, counterattacks that require releasing armoured bed, reserves, supply crises that demand prioritising resources. Model makes recommendations based on battlefield realities. These recommendations are forwarded to OKW, where they enter a bureaucratic process that takes hours or days. By the time Hitler's decisions return, battlefield situations have evolved and the orders are obsolete. German forces are fighting a mobile battle with a command system designed for static warfare, operational tempo determined not by enemy action but by Hitler's decision-making process. The command paralysis was killing German soldiers. On December 29th, elements of the 2nd SS Panzer Division became surrounded near Grand-Mesnil when American forces counterattacked from multiple directions. The division commander requested permission to withdraw to defensible positions 3 kilometers to the east. Model endorsed the request with urgent priority. The request reached OKW at noon. Hitler was in conference and could not be disturbed. Staff officers debated whether they could authorize the withdrawal on their own authority. They decided they could not. The request sat in Hitler's inbox until he emerged from his conference at 4 in the afternoon. He denied the request, ordering the division to hold its position. His decision reached 2nd SS Panzer at 6 in the evening, 6 hours after the original request. By then, American forces had overrun the surrounded German positions, and the division had suffered over 500 casualties and lost a dozen tanks that could have been saved by timely withdrawal. This pattern repeated across the entire front. Division commanders who needed to react to immediate threats within minutes were forced to wait hours for decisions from Hitler's headquarters. Company commanders who saw tactical opportunities that required immediate action could not exploit them without authorization from levels of command that were physically and temporally remote from the battlefield. The German command system, which in earlier years had pioneered decentralized initiative and rapid decision-making, had ossified into a bureaucracy where only Hitler could make decisions. The result was forces fighting with one hand tied behind their backs, unable to maneuver freely, unable to respond to opportunities or threats except after delays that made responses ineffective. On January 1st, 1945, Hitler authorized Operation Bodenplatte baseplate, the Luftwaffe's final major operation in support of the Ardennes offensive. Every available German fighter and fighter bomber, approximately 800 aircraft, launched coordinated attacks against Allied airfields in Belgium, Holland, and France. The attacks achieved complete surprise. Hundreds of Allied aircraft were destroyed or damaged on the ground. It appeared to be a major German success, but the appearance was deceiving. The Luftwaffe lost approximately 230 aircraft in the operation, shot down by anti-aircraft fire or destroyed in crashes. More critically, over 200 pilots were killed or captured, irreplaceable men with combat experience that took years to develop. The operation exchanged replaceable Allied aircraft for irreplaceable German pilots. It was a Pyrrhic victory that accelerated the Luftwaffe's destruction. Rundstedt learned of Bodenplatte from reports, not from planning sessions. The operation had been planned by the Luftwaffe High Command and approved by Hitler without significant input from OB West. This reflected Rundstedt's actual authority. He commanded ground forces nominally, but had no control over air operations supporting those forces. When Rundstedt wanted air support for ground operations, he had to request it through channels that led to Hitler's headquarters. Whether the request was approved and how much support was provided depended on decisions made by people who did not answer to Rundstedt's chain of command. This divided authority was characteristic of Nazi Germany's command structure. Overlapping jurisdictions, competing chains of command, no single authority except Hitler himself able to coordinate services. By January 3rd, the operational situation had deteriorated to the point where even Hitler could not ignore reality entirely. German forces in the Ardennes salient were under pressure from three directions: American First Army attacking from the north, Third Army attacking from the south, and British XXX Corps preparing to attack from the west. The salient had become a trap, a bulge into Allied lines that was expensive to defend and impossible to supply adequately. Model submitted detailed analyses showing that holding the salient's tip was operationally unsustainable. Rundstedt endorsed these analyses with his own recommendations. For once, Hitler authorized limited withdrawals. But limited was the key word. Hitler permitted withdrawal from the most exposed positions around Selles and Bastogne, but insisted on holding line well forward of the original start positions. German forces would withdraw perhaps 15 to 20 kilometers, enough to shorten their front slightly, but not enough to escape the salient's fundamental problems. The withdrawal had to be conducted under pressure from attacking American forces, meaning German rear guards would suffer heavy casualties covering the retreat. Equipment that could not be moved because of fuel shortages or mechanical problems had to be destroyed to prevent capture. The withdrawal Hitler authorized was the worst of both worlds. It conceded terrain without preserving forces, imposed costs without achieving benefits. Rundstedt's actual authority during this phase was demonstrated by his inability to modify withdrawal plans based on tactical realities. Local commanders reported that certain positions were untenable and needed to be evacuated immediately. Rundstedt agreed and authorized emergency withdrawals. Hitler's headquarters countermanded these orders, demanding that positions be held until official withdrawal schedules permitted retreat. German soldiers died holding positions that would be evacuated 24 hours later because Hitler's schedule did not allow earlier withdrawal. The field marshal could recommend. He could forward requests. He could endorse proposals from subordinates. But he could not order his forces to take actions that conflicted with Hitler's directives. The Eastern Front crisis added a new dimension to Rundstedt's helplessness. On January 12th, the Soviet army launched Operation Vistula Oder, a massive offensive across the entire Polish front. Over 2 million Soviet troops, supported by thousands of tanks and artillery pieces, attacked German positions that had been stripped of mobile reserves to feed the Ardennes offensive. The German forces defending Poland were outnumbered over 5-1 in some sectors. They had minimal armour and limited ammunition. Within days, Soviet spearheads had penetrated deep into Poland, heading toward the Oder River and Germany itself. The Eastern Front, always Germany's primary theatre, was collapsing. The strategic implications were obvious to every professional soldier, including Rundstedt. Germany was fighting a two-front war with inadequate resources. The Ardennes offensive had consumed the strategic reserves that might have stabilized the Eastern Front. The panzer divisions destroyed or depleted in Belgium could have defended the Oder River, possibly delaying the Soviet advance for months. Instead, they had been committed to an operation that had failed to achieve any strategic objectives. The Western Front remained intact despite German attacks. The Eastern Front was collapsing. Germany had traded uncertain gains in the West for certain catastrophe in the East. Rundstedt raised these strategic concerns in communications to OKW. He pointed out that continuing to commit forces to offensive operations in the West while the Eastern Front disintegrated was strategically incoherent. He recommended immediately transitioning to defensive operations in the West, withdrawing to prepared positions along the West Wall, and transferring every available mobile division to the Eastern Front. His recommendations were acknowledged and ignored. Hitler insisted that the Western Front required continued offensive pressure to prevent Allied advances while the Eastern situation was stabilized. Both fronts would be defended, both fronts would receive resources, both fronts would hold. This was fantasy masquerading as strategy. Germany did not have resources for both fronts. Trying to defend everywhere meant being strong nowhere. Professional soldiers understood this. Rundstedt understood it. Model understood it. Every competent staff officer understood it. But the professionals were not making strategic decisions. Hitler was. And Hitler's strategy was based not on resource calculations but on will. Germany would hold because he demanded it. German soldiers would fight harder because he inspired them. And reality would conform to his determination. It was the same thinking that had produced the Ardennes, offensive ideology, substituting for capabilities, determination, replacing resources, fantasy overriding professional judgment. On January 8th, Rundstedt's headquarters compiled comprehensive casualty and equipment loss reports for the Ardennes offensive. The numbers were devastating even by the standards of the Eastern Front. German forces had suffered approximately 100,000 casualties in 3 weeks. Killed, wounded, or captured. Equipment losses included 800 tanks and assault guns, over 1,000 aircraft, 6,000 various vehicles, and uncounted artillery pieces. These losses were unrecoverable. Germany's industrial production was collapsing under Allied bombing. Training facilities could not replace skilled personnel fast enough. The offensive had consumed Germany's last mobile reserves, achieved nothing of strategic value. The reports were transmitted to OKW. Hitler's headquarters acknowledged receipt but did not respond substantively. The Führer was already planning the next operation, a counterattack in Hungary to relieve Budapest and protect oil fields. He wanted 6th SS Panzer Army transferred from the Western Front to Hungary. Rundstedt was informed of this decision, not consulted on it. The best remaining German armoured formation would be withdrawn from the Western Front for operations in a secondary theatre. This left Rundstedt with depleted infantry divisions to defend against Allied armies that were preparing major offensives with overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. At 70 years old, suffering from heart problems and declining health, Gerd von Rundstedt had become a prisoner in his own headquarters. He held Germany's most prestigious field command but could not command. He signed orders daily but did not write them. He made recommendations that were systematically ignored. He presided over operations he could not control. His staff referred to him privately as the representative, a diplomatic functionary maintaining appearances while real decisions were made elsewhere. Some historians would later argue that Rundstedt should have resigned, that his continued service lent legitimacy to operations he knew were catastrophic. But resignation was literally inconceivable to a man whose entire identity was bound up in military service and obedience to authority. On January 15th, Rundstedt attended a conference at Hitler's headquarters to discuss the Eastern Front crisis. The meeting was surreal. Hitler raged against treacherous generals who lacked willpower, demanded impossible counterattacks with non-existent reserves, and threatened courts-martial for officers who reported accurate but negative situation assessments. Rundstedt sat silent through most of the meeting. When asked for his assessment of the Western Front, he gave a brief, factual summary. Forces were under strength, defensive positions were adequate but not strong, Allied offensive preparations were evident, German capabilities were limited. Hitler cut him off mid-sentence and moved to the next topic. Returning to Ziegenberg after the meeting, Rundstedt told Blumentritt, "I am no longer commanding this front. I am an information officer who forwards reports to OKW and transmits their directives to subordinate units." It was the most candid assessment of his situation that Rundstedt ever articulated to his staff. He was not commanding, he was administering. The distinction was crucial. Commanders make decisions that shape battles. Administrators implement decisions made by others. Rundstedt had become an administrator of defeat, presiding over the destruction of forces he nominally commanded but actually had no authority to save. The Field Marshal's cage was not made of bars but of duty, tradition, and the Prussian military code that defined his identity. He could have resigned, he could have refused further appointments, he could have told Hitler that orders were militarily impossible and declined to transmit them. Other generals had taken such stands and paid with their careers or lives. But Rundstedt was a product of a military culture that made no provision for refusing duty, that equated obedience with honour, that treated professional competence as value neutral and separable from political judgment. He had followed orders for 53 years. He would continue following them until the regime that gave the orders collapsed or he himself died. This was not courage, but its opposite. The inability to choose anything except what his cultural conditioning had prepared him to do. And so the Old Prussian remained at his post, signing papers, forwarding reports, watching Germany's armies be destroyed while he commanded them in name and controlled them not at all. January 13th, 1945, 4 a.m. Oberleutnant Werner Brandt, commander of a reconnaissance company in the 6th SS Panzer Army, receives orders to withdraw from positions his unit has held for 3 days near the Belgian village of Trois Ponts. The withdrawal order specifies routes, timing, and rearguard responsibilities. What it does not specify is where his company is withdrawing to, what objective they will defend next, or what strategic purpose this retreat serves. Brandt briefs his exhausted soldiers in darkness, giving them coordinates and movement schedules. One sergeant asked the question, "Everyone is thinking, are we retreating to Germany?" Brandt does not know the answer. The orders say only to move east, maintain combat readiness, and prepare for further instructions. They are retreating to nowhere in particular, buying time for nothing specific. The withdrawal from the Ardennes salient was not a planned military operation, but a slow-motion catastrophe. German forces grinding backward under relentless pressure while Hitler insisted on holding positions that were tactically untenable and strategically worthless. The official authorization for withdrawal came in stages, each one too limited and too late. On January 3rd, Hitler permitted withdrawing from the most exposed positions around Celles. On January 8th, he authorized limited withdrawals in the northern sector. On January 15th, facing undeniable reality, he finally approved a general withdrawal to the West Wall fortifications, but by then, German forces had been fighting continuous rearguard actions for over 2 weeks, suffering casualties and equipment losses for every kilometre they retreated. The American counteroffensive began in earnest on January 3rd when 1st Army attacked from the north toward Houffalize, while 3rd Army attacked from the south toward the same objective. The plan was to pinch off the Bulge, trapping German forces in a pocket similar to the Falaise Gap in Normandy. Model recognized the danger immediately and requested permission for rapid withdrawal before the pincer closed. Rundstedt endorsed the request with urgent priority markings. Hitler denied it, insisting that German forces continue holding forward positions. The result was predictable. German units fought desperate battles to avoid encirclement, while American forces closed the gap. The weather that had protected German forces during the offensive's opening days now turned decisively against them. Clear skies meant Allied air superiority was total and devastating. Fighter bombers roamed over the Ardennes, attacking any German vehicle visible from the air. Roads became killing zones during daylight hours. Movement was restricted to darkness, but winter nights in Belgium were long, giving perhaps 12 to 14 hours of relative safety. German columns moved at night, concealed themselves during day, and moved again the next night. Progress was agonizingly slow. Routes became congested with vehicles trying to move simultaneously. Traffic control broke down, units became separated from their parent formations, Allied artillery added to German misery. American gunners had learned to register likely withdrawal routes and interdict them with timed barrages. German columns moving along predictable roads ran into artillery fire that scattered vehicles and blocked routes. Engineers trying to repair blown bridges worked under constant artillery harassment. Supply columns attempting to reach rear guard units faced gauntlets of fire. The retreat became a race between German movement capabilities and American interdiction capabilities, and the Americans were winning. Tank recovery became impossible. Disabled German armoured vehicles littered roadsides throughout the salient, abandoned because recovery vehicles could not reach them or because fuel did not exist to tow them. Panther and Tiger tanks that had survived weeks of combat were destroyed by their own crews to prevent capture. Demolition charges placed in engine compartments, turrets traversed to maximise damage when explosives detonated, ammunition stores set ablaze. Each abandoned tank represented months of industrial production and trained crew lost. Germany was destroying its own military capability to prevent it from falling into enemy hands. Fuel starvation continued to plague German operations. The shortage that had halted the offensive now paralysed the retreat. Vehicles that might have withdrawn successfully ran out of fuel and had to be abandoned. Artillery pieces that could have been towed to safety were spiked and left behind. Even light vehicles like trucks and staff cars were destroyed for lack of fuel to move them. The irony was bitter. Germany had committed its strategic fuel reserves to an offensive designed to capture enemy fuel dumps, failed to capture those dumps, and now lacked fuel to conduct even basic military operations like withdrawal. The 6th SS Panzer Army's withdrawal from the northern sector exemplified the chaos. Sepp Dietrich's forces, which had failed to achieve breakthrough in the offensive's opening days, now faced the task of retreating through terrain they had barely penetrated. The limited road network that had constrained their advance now constrained their withdrawal. Entire divisions had to funnel through choke points where bridges still stood or where engineers had constructed temporary crossings. American forces attacked these choke points systematically, inflicting heavy casualties on units trying to cross. On January 15th, American forces from north and south met at Houffalize, closing the pincer that Model had warned about 2 weeks earlier. The bulk of German forces had already withdrawn east of this line, but rearguard units were cut off. Some fought their way out through American lines in desperate night attacks. Others surrendered when ammunition ran out. Still others simply disappeared into the Ardennes forests, small groups of soldiers trying to infiltrate back to German lines individually. The pocket was smaller than Falaise had been, but it represented another German defeat, more forces lost, more equipment destroyed. The fighting withdrawal continued through late January as German forces fell back toward the West Wall, the system of fortifications along Germany's western frontier that had been neglected since 1940 when victory seemed inevitable. The West Wall had once been formidable. Reinforced concrete bunkers, anti-tank obstacles, minefields, interlocking fields of fire. But 4 years of neglect had reduced its effectiveness. Bunkers had been stripped of equipment for use elsewhere. Minefields had been lifted and mines used on other fronts. Much of the infrastructure had deteriorated. Still, it offered some advantages over open field defence, and German forces retreated toward it like drowning men swimming toward a distant shore. Rundstedt watched the withdrawal from Ziegenberg with the resignation of a man witnessing predicted catastrophe. His staff prepared situation maps showing the shrinking salient, the casualties accumulating, the divisions reduced to shadows of their original strength. Every day brought reports of rearguard actions, vehicle losses, and units out of contact. The Field Marshal signed withdrawal orders that came from OKW, forwarded situation reports that documented failure, and maintained the fiction that he was commanding when actually he was merely presiding over managed defeat. Model was more actively engaged, visiting rearguard units, coordinating the withdrawal's tactical details, making on-the-spot decisions about which routes to use and which positions to defend. He demonstrated again why he was considered one of Germany's most capable defensive commanders. Under his direction, the withdrawal avoided complete catastrophe. Units maintained some cohesion, rearguards fought effectively, delaying American advances and allowing main forces to disengage. But Model could not escape the fundamental problem. He was conducting a retreat with forces that lacked the mobility, supplies, and combat power necessary for effective mobile defense. Casualty figures mounted relentlessly. German forces suffered an additional 30,000 casualties during the retreat phase, killed, wounded, or captured, while withdrawing from positions they should never have tried to hold. These casualties were particularly bitter because they accomplished nothing. Men died defending villages that were evacuated the next day. Rearguards fought costly delaying actions to buy time for withdrawals that traffic jams and fuel shortages prevented from occurring as scheduled. Soldiers who had survived the offensive phase were killed in the retreat phase, dying while conducting an operation that professional soldiers had recommended 3 weeks earlier. Equipment losses during the retreat actually exceeded losses during the offensive phase. Approximately 400 additional tanks and assault guns were destroyed or abandoned during January. Artillery pieces that could not be moved were demolished. Trucks and half-tracks were burned. Supply dumps were blown up to prevent capture. German forces were destroying their own military capability faster than Allied action was destroying it because logistics had collapsed so completely that equipment could not be saved. The quartermaster's nightmare from November had materialized. Forces unable to move for lack of fuel, destroying equipment that represented irreplaceable industrial capacity. The psychological toll on German soldiers was severe. They had been told the Ardennes offensive would split the Allied armies, force a negotiated peace, and turn the tide of the war. They had attacked with determination and initial success. Now they were retreating in defeat, having accomplished nothing except their own destruction. Some units maintained discipline and cohesion despite the circumstances. Others disintegrated, with soldiers abandoning equipment and walking east in loose groups. Desertions increased as men calculated that surviving until American captivity was preferable to dying in a lost cause. American forces advancing into the former salient discovered the detritus of defeat: abandoned vehicles, hasty graves, supply dumps inadequately destroyed, and occasionally isolated groups of German soldiers who had become separated from their units. Intelligence officers examining captured equipment and interrogating prisoners compiled assessments of German capabilities. The conclusions were unanimous. The Wehrmacht had shot its bolt. The Ardennes offensive had been Germany's last significant operational reserve. Those forces were now destroyed or depleted. Future German operations in the West would be defensive only, conducted with inadequate forces against enemies who enjoyed overwhelming material superiority. By January 28th, most German forces had withdrawn behind the West Wall or to positions in Germany itself. The salient that had penetrated 50 miles into Belgium was eliminated. American and British forces stood on the same general line they had held on December 15th, 6 weeks earlier and thousands of casualties ago. The Battle of the Bulge, as Americans would name it, was over. Germany had achieved tactical surprise, had penetrated deeply into American lines, had caused panic at Kiev headquarters, and had killed or wounded over 90,000 American soldiers. In exchange, Germany had lost over 120,000 men, over 800 tanks, over 1,000 aircraft, and its last operational reserves. It was a catastrophic exchange ratio for a nation that could not afford losses. Rundstedt compiled final situation reports for OKW in late January, documenting the state of forces under his command. The reports made grim reading. Divisions at 20 to 30% strength, panzer units with fewer than 20 operational tanks per division, fuel reserves critically depleted, ammunition stocks barely adequate for defensive operations. The Western Front, which had possessed marginal offensive capability in December, now could only defend, and defensive capability was questionable given Allied material superiority. Rundstedt's reports predicted that Allied offensives in February or March would break through German lines and penetrate deep into Germany itself. Professional military assessment indicated that the war in the West was lost. Only Hitler's refusal to acknowledge reality prevented Germany from seeking terms. The retreat to nowhere ended with German forces back approximately where they had started, minus 120,000 soldiers, minus 800 tanks, minus the fuel and ammunition expended in 6 weeks of futile operations. They had retreated from the high water mark at Celles to the West Wall fortifications, gaining nothing, losing everything, proving that Hitler's gamble had been exactly the disaster professional soldiers predicted in November. The Ardennes offensive achieved no strategic objectives, failed to split Allied armies, did not force negotiated peace, and consumed the forces Germany desperately needed for defending against Soviet advances in the east. On February 1st, Rundstedt stood before a map at his headquarters, studying the thin line of German positions along the western frontier. Behind him, his staff prepared defensive plans for the expected Allied spring offensive. Everyone in the room understood that these plans were exercises in delay, not defense. German forces could slow Allied advances but not stop them. The only questions remaining were how long until Allied forces crossed the Rhine, how many casualties would be inflicted before Germany surrendered, and whether the old field marshal commanding these doomed forces would survive to face judgment for his service to a criminal regime. The retreat to nowhere had ended at nowhere in particular, with German forces defending positions they could not hold, led by a commander with no authority, serving a dictator who had destroyed the nation he claimed to save. And Rundstedt, the Old Prussian, remained at his post because duty demanded it, because his military culture provided no alternative, because he could not conceive of being anything other than what 70 years had made him. A professional soldier whose professional excellence had served evil to its catastrophic conclusion. February 1st, 1945. A Wehrmacht staff office in Bad Nauheim, Germany. Major Heinrich Schmidt, the same logistics officer who had calculated fuel shortages in November, now compiles the final accounting of the Ardennes offensive. His desk is covered with reports from divisions, corps, and armies, documenting casualties, equipment losses, fuel consumption, and ammunition expenditure. Schmidt works with methodical precision, transferring numbers from unit reports to summary sheets, calculating totals, preparing graphs that will illustrate the cost in visual form. The numbers are worse than even pessimistic predictions from November. Germany committed approximately 410,000 soldiers to the Ardennes operation over its duration. Of these, 125,000 became casualties, killed, wounded, or captured. Casualty rate, 30%, for an operation that achieved none of its objectives. The human cost was measured in individual tragedies multiplied by thousands. 20,000 German soldiers were killed outright in the Ardennes, shot by American riflemen, or killed by artillery, or crushed under destroyed tanks. Their bodies lay in frozen forests, buried in hasty graves, or left where they fell until American graves registration units could collect them. Another 53,000 were wounded, injuries ranging from minor wounds that allowed return to duty within days to catastrophic, trauma that meant permanent disability or slow death in overwhelmed field hospitals. Approximately 52,000 were captured, marched into POW camps where they would spend months or years before repatriation to a Germany they would barely recognize. These numbers represented more than statistics. Each casualty was a trained soldier Germany could not replace. The Wehrmacht had suffered over 5 million casualties on all fronts by February 1945. Training facilities could not produce replacements fast enough. The 16-year-olds and 50-year-olds now being conscripted received minimal training before being sent to frontline units. They lacked the combat skills of the soldiers lost in the Ardennes. Every veteran killed or captured represented experience and competence that could not be replaced by throwing raw recruits into combat. The American casualties were numerically higher but strategically less significant. United States forces suffered approximately 90,000 casualties in the Ardennes, 19,000 killed, 62,000 wounded, 23,000 captured or missing. These numbers horrified American commanders and shocked the American public. The Battle of the Bulge produced more American casualties than any other operation in the European theatre. But America could and did replace these losses within weeks. Training camps in the United States held hundreds of thousands of soldiers preparing for deployment. Industrial production provided unlimited equipment. The casualties inflicted on American forces in the Ardennes were tragic but sustainable. The casualties Germany suffered were not. Equipment losses told an even more devastating story. Germany committed approximately 1,400 tanks and assault guns to the Ardennes offensive. Final tallies showed that 800 were lost, destroyed in combat, abandoned for lack of fuel, or captured by advancing American forces. This represented over 50% of the armour committed losses that German industry could not replace. Tank production in Germany had peaked in 1944 at approximately 1,500 tanks per month. By February 1945, Allied bombing had reduced production to fewer than 500 tanks per month. The 800 tanks lost in the Ardennes represented nearly 2 months of total German tank production. Aircraft losses were equally catastrophic. The Luftwaffe committed approximately 2,000 aircraft to supporting the Ardennes offensive, including fighters, ground attack aircraft, and bombers. Over 1,000 of these were lost, shot down in air combat, destroyed by anti-aircraft fire, or eliminated in Operation Bodenplatz's suicidal airfield attacks. More critically, over 500 pilots were killed or captured. Germany could build new aircraft, albeit slowly, but could not produce experienced pilots. Training programs had been gutted by fuel shortages and constant Allied attacks on training bases. The pilots lost in the Ardennes represented years of training and combat experience that was irreplaceable. Vehicle losses extended far beyond tanks and aircraft. Over 6,000 trucks, half-tracks, armoured cars, and other wheeled vehicles were lost in the offensive. These were the unglamorous vehicles that made mechanised warfare possible. Supply trucks that hauled ammunition and food, recovery vehicles that towed damaged tanks, communications vehicles that maintained command and control, medical vehicles that evacuated wounded. Losing tanks degraded German combat power. Losing support vehicles degraded German operational capability. Units that survived the Ardennes with their tanks intact often could not operate effectively because they lacked the support vehicles necessary for sustained operations. Artillery losses were significant but less catastrophic than losses in other categories. Germany lost approximately 500 artillery pieces in the Ardennes, destroyed by counter-battery fire or abandoned during the retreat. This represented perhaps 20% of the artillery committed. The real artillery crisis was not guns but ammunition. Germany had expended approximately 5 million artillery rounds in the Ardennes, the vast majority during the initial bombardment and first week of operations. This represented most of the 60-day reserve that had been stockpiled for the offensive. Post-offensive artillery units were rationed to a handful of shells per gun per day, barely enough for defensive purposes and wholly inadequate for offensive operations. Fuel consumption exceeded even pessimistic pre-offensive estimates. Germany burned through approximately 5 million gallons of gasoline and diesel in the Ardennes, representing a significant portion of the strategic reserve. This fuel came from German synthetic fuel plants, refineries in occupied territories, and remaining strategic stockpiles. The offensive consumed fuel at rates that could not be sustained. Post-offensive fuel shortages were so severe that training exercises were cancelled, vehicles were restricted to essential movements only, and some units were immobilized entirely. The fuel consumed in 6 weeks of futile offensive operations would have supported 6 months of defensive operations. The cost analysis extended beyond immediate losses to strategic opportunity costs. The forces committed to the Ardennes could have been used differently. The 12 Panzer and Panzer Grenadier divisions destroyed or depleted in Belgium might have defended the Oder River against Soviet advances, possibly delaying the fall of Berlin by months. The fuel burned in the Ardennes might have supported defensive operations on both fronts. The ammunition expended in 6 weeks might have supported defensive artillery for 6 months. Germany had chosen to commit its last reserves to an offensive that professionals predicted would fail. That choice meant those reserves were unavailable when Soviet forces launched their winter offensive on January 12th. The Soviet winter offensive made the strategic cost brutally apparent. Operation Vistula Oder began with over 2 million Soviet troops attacking across Poland toward Germany itself. German defences, stripped of mobile reserves to feed the Ardennes offensive, collapsed within days. Soviet spearheads advanced over 300 miles in 3 weeks, reaching the Oder River less than 50 miles from Berlin by early February. The panzer divisions destroyed at Selles and Bastogne might have conducted mobile defence against this offensive, trading space for time, delaying Soviet advances long enough for Germany to organise coherent defences. Instead, those divisions were gone, and nothing stood between Soviet armies and Berlin except demoralised infantry divisions with minimal equipment. The psychological cost to German military morale was incalculable but real. Soldiers had been told the Ardennes offensive would change the war, split the Allied armies, force a negotiated peace. They had attacked with determination despite knowing the odds were long. Now they knew the offensive had failed, that they had sacrificed comrades for nothing, that Germany was losing the war on both fronts simultaneously. Some units maintained cohesion and continued fighting effectively. Others began to crumble, with increasing desertions, refusals to obey orders, and collective surrenders. The combat effectiveness of German forces in the West declined precipitously after the Ardennes, not primarily because of equipment losses, but because soldiers no longer believed victory was possible. The cost to German civilians, though not immediately visible in military reports, was equally severe. Resources committed to the Ardennes could have been used for civilian defence against Allied bombing or for economic production. Food and fuel diverted to military operations meant less for civilians. The manpower committed to the offensive, young men killed or captured, represented a generation that would not rebuild Germany after the war. Every decision to prioritise military operations over civilian needs in a losing war was a choice to inflict suffering on the population in service to delusions of victory. Rundstedt reviewed the cost assessments in early February with the detachment of a man who had predicted exactly these outcomes. His staff compiled the numbers and presented them in briefing format: casualty charts, equipment loss graphs, fuel consumption analyses, ammunition expenditure summaries. The field marshal studied the presentations in silence. When the briefings concluded, he asked one question: what is our assessed combat capability for defending against the next Allied offensive? The answer was what he expected. German forces could conduct delaying actions, but lacked the strength for sustained defence. Allied offensives in the spring would break through German lines and penetrate deep into Germany. OKW received the same assessments and responded with demands for renewed offensive preparations. Hitler was already planning the next operation: relieving Budapest, attacking Soviet forces in Hungary, protecting the oil fields that were Germany's last remaining petroleum source. The fact that Germany lacked forces for offensive operations was dismissed as defeatism. The fact that defensive operations were barely sustainable was ignored. Hitler's strategy remained unchanged: attack regardless of capabilities, hold regardless of circumstances, refuse withdrawal regardless of consequences. Professional military assessment of costs and capabilities was irrelevant to a dictator whose decisions were based on will rather than resources. Model, at his Army Group B headquarters, compiled his own assessment focused on tactical realities. His units were combat ineffective. Divisions existed on paper, but lacked the troops, equipment, and supplies to function as fighting formations. He needed months to rebuild, reorganize, and reconstitute his forces. He would not get months. Allied offensives were being prepared. Intelligence indicated major attacks would come in February or March. Model's forces would be expected to defend against attacks they lacked the strength to stop. He transmitted these assessments to Rundstedt with recommendations that forces be withdrawn to the Rhine River, that bridgeheads west of the Rhine be abandoned, that Germany prepare to defend from behind the river rather than in front of it. Rundstedt endorsed Model's recommendations and forwarded them to OKW. Hitler rejected them. All territory west of the Rhine would be defended. No withdrawals would be authorised. German forces would hold their positions and defeat Allied attacks through superior willpower and fighting spirit. The rejection was predictable. What was significant was that Rundstedt had not even attempted to argue the point or elaborate on the professional military rationale. He simply transmitted the directive to Model with a note: OKW denies the request. We are to hold all positions west of the Rhine. Both field marshals understood the implication. They were being ordered to defend the indefensible with forces inadequate for the mission. The final cost of the Ardennes offensive, the cost that could not be quantified in charts and graphs, was the cost of opportunity lost. Germany, in December 1944, faced a two-front war against enemies with overwhelming superiority. Professional military advice was unanimous. Transition to defensive operations, trade space for time, make the Allies pay maximum cost for minimum gain, prolong the war in hopes that Allied coalition would fracture. This strategy might not have achieved victory, but it might have delayed defeat long enough for circumstances to change. Instead, Hitler chose to commit everything to a single offensive operation that professionals calculated had minimal chance of success. By February 1945, the outcome of that choice was clear. Germany had lost its last mobile reserves, depleted its fuel and ammunition stockpiles, and suffered casualties it could not replace. The Western Front could no longer conduct offensive operations. The Eastern Front was collapsing under Soviet pressure. Allied armies were preparing to cross the Rhine and drive into Germany itself. The war would be over within months, not because Allied forces were irresistible, but because German forces were exhausted. The Ardennes offensive had not changed the war's trajectory, but had accelerated Germany's defeat by consuming forces needed for coherent defence. Major Schmidt finished his cost assessment in late afternoon on February 1st. He attached a summary memorandum to the report, noting that Germany had committed 30% of its Western Front forces to an operation that achieved no strategic objectives. The cost-benefit analysis was stark. 125,000 casualties, 800 tanks, 1,000 aircraft, 5 million gallons of fuel, and 6 weeks of irreplaceable time, all expended for no gain. Schmidt signed the memorandum and forwarded it through channels to higher headquarters. He did not expect it would change anything. Professional military analysis had stopped influencing decisions months or years earlier. But documenting the cost was what staff officers did. Someone, someday, would need these numbers to understand what had happened in the Ardennes and why it had mattered. The old field marshal commanding the Western Front would not see victory or vindication. He would see only defeat approaching, made inevitable by choices he had opposed, but implemented anyway. Because that was what professional soldiers did when ideology replaced judgment and obedience superseded wisdom. March 7th, 1945, 3 in the afternoon. The Ludendorff Bridge at Remagen, spanning the Rhine River, between the towns of Remagen and Erpel. American soldiers of the 9th Armored Division approached the bridge cautiously, expecting it to be demolished by retreating German forces. Every Rhine bridge for hundreds of miles has been blown. Engineers have destroyed crossing points systematically, forcing American armies to halt at the river's western bank and prepare for opposed crossing operations. But the Ludendorff Bridge still stands. German engineers have attempted to demolish it, charges have been placed and detonated, but the bridge remains standing. American infantry rush across under German fire. By late afternoon, an entire battalion is established on the eastern bank. The Rhine, Germany's last major defensive barrier in the west, has been breached. Hitler receives news of Remagen's capture within hours. His response is volcanic fury directed at everyone responsible for defending the Rhine crossings. He demands to know why the bridge was not demolished, why engineers failed to destroy it, why local commanders did not prevent its capture. Someone must be held accountable. Courts-martial are ordered immediately. Officers responsible for the sector, some of whom are already captured by advancing American forces, are tried in absentia and sentenced to death for dereliction of duty. This is Hitler's standard response to military failure. Find scapegoats, threaten executions, blame everyone except the strategic decisions that made failure inevitable. Field Marshal von Rundstedt receives a telephone call from Field Marshal Wilhelm Keitel on March 8th, the day after Remagen's capture. Keitel's voice is cold, official, accusatory. The Führer wants to know how American forces captured an intact Rhine bridge in Rundstedt's command sector. Why were demolitions not properly executed? Why were reserves not committed to retaking the bridge immediately? Why has OB West failed to contain the bridgehead? The questions are rhetorical, accusations disguised as inquiries. Rundstedt responds with factual brevity. Bridge demolition was a local responsibility. Reserves do not exist to retake objectives. Containing the bridgehead requires forces that are not available. His answers are professionally sound and strategically accurate. They are also unacceptable to Hitler. The truth about Remagen, which Rundstedt understood but could not prevent, was that bridge demolitions throughout the Rhine sector had been complicated by conflicting orders from Hitler's headquarters. The Führer had issued directives forbidding premature bridge destruction, fearing that German forces west of the Rhine would be trapped if bridges were demolished too early. Local commanders were ordered to defend west of the Rhine as long as possible, then demolish bridges only at the last moment before Allied forces reached them. This created an impossible situation. Bridges had to be held until American forces were literally at their approaches, then destroyed in seconds before capture. The demolition attempt at Remagen had been made under exactly these circumstances, with American troops already approaching. Charges had detonated, but the bridge, built to withstand artillery bombardment in the First World War, survived damaged but standing. Rundstedt's responsibility for Remagen was nominal. He commanded Obi West, which included the Rhine sector, but actual control of bridge demolitions rested with local commanders and engineer units. Rundstedt had no advanced knowledge that Remagen's demolition was pending. He had no authority to commit reserves to retaking the bridge because what limited reserves existed were controlled by OKW, not by his headquarters. His role was to receive reports of the bridge's capture and forward them to Hitler's headquarters. Yet Hitler needed someone to blame for this catastrophic failure, and Rundstedt was the senior commander responsible for the sector. On March 10th, Rundstedt receives a summons to Hitler's headquarters for an immediate meeting. The meeting is brief and cold. Hitler does not rage or shout. Instead, he speaks with icy contempt about the failure at Remagen, the incompetence of commanders who allowed such a disaster, the betrayal of officers who lacked the will to execute their duties properly. Rundstedt stands at attention, saying nothing. He has heard these speeches before. He knows Hitler is describing his dismissal without stating it explicitly. After 10 minutes of recitation about failures and incompetence, Hitler concludes, "The situation requires younger, more energetic leadership. Rundstedt is being dismissed for the third and final time." The official announcement comes on March 11th, 1945. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt is relieved as Commander-in-Chief West due to health reasons and exhaustion. He is replaced by Field Marshal Albert Kesselring, transferred from command of forces in Italy. The change is presented as routine, an aging commander stepping aside for operational reasons. The reality is transparent to everyone in the Wehrmacht. Rundstedt has been fired for Remagen, scapegoated for a failure that resulted from Hitler's own contradictory orders and strategic insanity. At 70 years old, after 53 years of military service, Rundstedt's career ends not with honour but with dismissal, blamed for decisions he did not make and circumstances he could not control. Kesselring arrives at Obi West headquarters in mid-March, optimistic and energetic, promising to restore the situation through aggressive leadership. He is nicknamed Smiling Albert for his perpetual optimism, a trait that has kept him in Hitler's favour but divorced him from operational reality. Kesselring reviews the situation and announces that German forces will hold west of the Rhine, will contain and eliminate the Remagen bridgehead, and will demonstrate that willpower can overcome material disadvantage. Rundstedt's staff officers listen in silent disbelief. They have heard this rhetoric before. They know it bears no relationship to actual capabilities. But Kesselring is the new commander, and they will implement his orders until reality forces modifications. Rundstedt's final days at Obi West are spent in administrative transition, briefing his successor on the situation, transferring authority over forces he had commanded in name only. The process is mechanical, professional, emotionless. Staff officers who have served under Rundstedt express private regrets about his departure, though most recognise that his presence or absence made little practical difference given Hitler's control. A few senior officers visit to pay respects, acknowledging his service and regretting that circumstances ended his career on such terms. Rundstedt receives them politely but without sentimentality. He is a Prussian officer. Dismissal is something that happens. Personal feelings are irrelevant. Hitler assigns Rundstedt a new position designed to be ceremonial and Inspector General of the Western Front. The title sounds impressive but carries no command authority. Rundstedt is to tour frontline units, inspect defensive preparations, and report on morale and readiness. It is a retirement disguised as an appointment, keeping the old field marshal on active duty for administrative purposes while removing him from any position where he might influence operations. Rundstedt accepts the appointment without comment. He has spent the past 5 months commanding operations he could not control. Touring units he cannot command is simply a continuation of the same fundamental irrelevance. The transition reveals how little Rundstedt's presence had mattered operationally. Kesselring assumes command and immediately faces the same constraints Rundstedt faced. Hitler controls decisions through OKW, local commanders have minimal autonomy, strategic reserves do not exist, resources are inadequate for missions assigned. Within weeks, Kesselring is submitting the same recommendations Rundstedt had submitted: authorize withdrawals, consolidate forces, defend from prepared positions rather than trying to hold every metre of territory. Hitler rejects Kesselring's recommendations just as he had rejected Rundstedt's. The problem was never Rundstedt's leadership, but Hitler's interference. Changing commanders accomplished nothing except giving Hitler a scapegoat for Remagen. Rundstedt spends March and early April touring units in Bavaria and southwestern Germany, inspecting defensive preparations that he knows are inadequate, talking with soldiers who know they are losing, writing reports that no one will read or act upon. He travels by car because fuel for staff aircraft is unavailable. He stays in modest accommodations because luxury is impossible in a collapsing Reich. He drinks cognac in the evenings and sleeps poorly at night, an old man watching the nation he served disintegrate around him. His tour takes him far from Berlin, far from Hitler's headquarters, into regions that American forces will soon overrun. The Western Front continues collapsing despite Kesselring's optimism. American forces expand the Remagen bridgehead, breaking out in late March. British and Canadian forces cross the Rhine in the north. French forces cross in the south. By early April, Allied armies are advancing into Germany on multiple axes. German resistance is sporadic and disorganized, some units fighting fanatically while others surrender en masse. The coherent defense that Rundstedt and Model had warned was impossible with available forces proves impossible despite Kesselring's energetic leadership. Material superiority overwhelms willpower. Allied advances measure in miles per day rather than yards per week. On April 1st, Model's Army Group B is encircled in the Ruhr industrial region, trapped by American armies converging from north and south. Over 300,000 German soldiers are surrounded, the largest encirclement on the Western Front. Model requests permission to attempt breakout. Hitler denies the request, ordering Army Group B to hold the Ruhr and tie down Allied forces. Model recognizes this as a death sentence for his command. On April 21st, with his forces reduced to scattered remnants and supplies exhausted, Model dismisses his remaining soldiers and shoots himself in a forest near Duisburg. He chooses suicide over capture, over explaining his service to a criminal regime, over facing judgment for decisions he made and orders he followed. Rundstedt learns of Model's death in late April while staying in a small Bavarian town. The news affects him visibly, one of the few times his staff see emotional reaction. Model had been a capable commander, perhaps the best defensive tactician in the Wehrmacht. Model had understood the constraints they all operated under, the impossibility of reconciling professional military judgment with Hitler's demands. Model had fought skillfully with inadequate resources, achieving local successes while strategic defeat approached, and Model had chosen death rather than survival. Rundstedt wonders if this was courage or despair, honour or escape. He does not discuss his reaction with staff officers. He orders another cognac and retreats to his quarters. The Third Reich is dying in late April. Soviet forces are fighting in Berlin's streets. Hitler is in his bunker beneath the Reich Chancellery, directing non-existent armies to relieve non-existent encirclements. American and British forces are occupying Western Germany. French forces are in southern Germany. The Wehrmacht is disintegrating, units surrendering, or simply walking away from positions they can no longer defend. Germany's cities are ruins, its industries destroyed, Its transportation network is shattered. The 1,000-year Reich will last 12 years, ending in the rubble it created. Rundstedt is in Bad Tölz, Bavaria, on May 1st when he learns Hitler has committed suicide. The Führer shot himself in his bunker on April 30th, choosing death rather than capture, ending the regime he had led to destruction. Rundstedt's reaction is characteristically restrained. He makes no public statement. He expresses no grief or satisfaction. Hitler's death is simply a fact, the inevitable conclusion to a catastrophic leadership. The question now is survival. What happens to German generals when Allied forces arrive? Whether they will be treated as prisoners of war or war criminals. Whether professional soldiers will be held accountable for serving a criminal regime. On May 2nd, American troops enter Bad Tölz. Rundstedt does not attempt to flee or hide. He is wearing his uniform when American soldiers find him sitting in a requisitioned house with his remaining staff. He surrenders formally, identifying himself as Field Marshal von Rundstedt, former Commander-in-Chief West. The Americans treat him with professional courtesy as a high-value prisoner, rather than a criminal suspect. He is placed in custody, transported to a secure location for initial interrogation, and begins the transition from Germany's most senior field marshal to Allied prisoner number 2, 173,412. The third dismissal had become final capture. The career that began in 1892 as an officer cadet in the Imperial German Army ended in May 1945 as a prisoner of the American Army. 53 years of service, from the Kaiser through Weimar through Hitler, from triumph to catastrophe, from field marshal's baton to prison cell. Rundstedt had commanded Germany's last offensive in the West, an operation he believed was doomed and which proved exactly as disastrous as he predicted. He had been dismissed for failures that were not his fault but resulted from systemic problems he could not fix, and now he would face questions about his role in Nazi crimes, his responsibility for atrocities committed under his command, his complicity in genocide conducted while he focused on operational matters. The Old Prussian, who had served every German government of his lifetime, would spend his final years explaining that service to captors who viewed it not as duty but as criminality. The final dismissal was not from command but from the illusion that professional military excellence could be separated from moral accountability. May 1st, 1945, 2 in the afternoon. A small house in Bad Tölz, Bavaria, requisitioned by the remnants of Rundstedt's staff. The field marshal sits in a sparse room, wearing his uniform but without insignia of rank. His field marshal's baton, the symbol of Germany's highest military honour, was left behind at OB West headquarters when he departed in March. He hears vehicles outside, American vehicles, the distinctive sound of jeep engines and truck transmissions. A staff officer knocks on the door and announces, "American troops are entering the Playmans town. They will be here shortly." Rundstedt nods and instructs his staff to prepare for surrender. He will not flee, will not hide, will not attempt escape. He is a professional soldier. When armies are defeated, commanders surrender. It is what duty requires. The American soldiers who take Rundstedt into custody are from the 36th Infantry Division, veterans of campaigns from North Africa through Italy and France. They approach the house cautiously, weapons ready, uncertain what resistance they might encounter. A German officer emerges under a white flag and announces in accented English that Field Marshal von Rundstedt wishes to surrender formally. The Americans are surprised. They had not expected to capture such a high-ranking officer in this small Bavarian town. A captain enters the house and finds Rundstedt sitting calmly, waiting. The Field Marshal stands, announces his identity, and states that he is surrendering himself and his staff to American authority. The initial encounter is cordially professional. American soldiers have been trained to treat senior captured officers with military courtesy. Rundstedt is allowed to retain personal effects, though his weapons are confiscated. He is transported by jeep to 36th Division headquarters for initial processing. During the drive, the Field Marshal observes the destruction visible throughout the town. Damaged buildings, burned out vehicles, improvised refugee camps filled with displaced persons. Germany has been thoroughly defeated. The evidence is everywhere. Rundstedt's expression remains neutral, betraying no emotion. The American officers watching him wonder what he is thinking. He does not volunteer information. Processing at division headquarters involves documentation, name, rank, service record, commands held. American intelligence officers quickly recognized the significance of their prisoner. Rundstedt commanded the Ardennes offensive, the operation that killed or wounded 90,000 American soldiers. He commanded occupation forces in France. He commanded armies that invaded Poland, France, and Russia. He is potentially a key witness to Nazi military operations and possibly a war criminal subject to prosecution. Higher headquarters is notified immediately. By evening of May 1st, Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force knows that Rundstedt is in American custody. Initial interrogations begin on May 2nd. American intelligence officers want information about German military organization, remaining forces, disposition of units, location of German leaders. Rundstedt answers factually but without elaboration. He confirms that organized resistance in southern Germany has ended, that remaining German units are surrendering or dispersing, that Hitler is dead and the Nazi government has collapsed. He provides accurate information about troop dispositions because this information is no longer militarily sensitive. Germany has been defeated. Protecting operational secrets serves no purpose. But when interrogators ask about political matters, about Nazi party leadership, about war crimes, Rundstedt becomes evasive. He claims he was a professional soldier who dealt with military operations, not politics. He insists he had no knowledge of concentration camps or mass executions. He maintains that SS units operated independently of Wehrmacht command and that atrocities were not his responsibility. These claims are the standard defense of captured German officers, professional soldiers doing their jobs, uninvolved in criminal policies, focused narrowly on military missions. American interrogators recognize this defense. They have heard variations of it from dozens of captured generals. By mid-May, Rundstedt is transferred to a more secure facility designed for high-value prisoners. The camp, designated Ashcan, is located near Spa, Belgium, ironically close to the region where the Ardennes offensive occurred. The camp holds over 50 captured German generals, admirals, and senior officials. Goering is there, Keitel is there, Jodl is there. The men who ran Nazi Germany's military machine are now prisoners together, living in spare rooms, eating basic rations, waiting to learn their fate. Conversations among the prisoners are monitored. American intelligence hopes to learn about Nazi decision-making, war crimes, and internal disagreements within the German leadership. Rundstedt at Ashcan maintains his aristocratic bearing despite circumstances. He is polite but distant with fellow prisoners. He avoids the political discussions that other generals engage in, the debates about who was responsible for Germany's defeat, whether different strategies might have achieved victory. Rundstedt's position is consistent. Germany lost because it fought enemies with overwhelming material superiority. Strategy and tactics mattered less than resources. No amount of willpower or clever maneuvering could overcome the simple arithmetic of American industrial production and Soviet manpower. This assessment is professionally sound but politically dangerous because it implicitly criticizes Hitler's strategic decisions. American interrogators conduct extensive debriefings throughout summer and fall of 1945. They want detailed information about specific operations: the invasion of Poland, the conquest of France, Operation Barbarossa, the Ardennes offensive. Rundstedt provides operational details willingly. He discusses German planning processes, command relationships, logistical challenges. His military memory is excellent despite his age. He can recall division deployments, movement schedules, supply problems from campaigns years earlier. American officers taking depositions are impressed by his professional competence even while investigating his potential criminality. The question of war crimes becomes central by late 1945. Allied prosecutors are preparing for the Nuremberg trials, where major Nazi figures will be tried for crimes against peace, war crimes, and crimes against humanity. The question is whether military commanders like Rundstedt should be charged at Nuremberg or in separate military tribunals. Evidence is being compiled of Wehrmacht involvement in atrocities, cooperation with SS killing operations, hostage executions, deportations of civilians, mistreatment of prisoners of war, Documents bearing Rundstedt's signature authorizing harsh reprisal measures are discovered in captured files. British prosecutors are particularly interested in Rundstedt's time commanding occupation forces in France from 1940 to 42. During this period, thousands of French civilians were executed as hostages in reprisal for resistance activities. Wehrmacht orders issued from Rundstedt's headquarters authorized these executions. The question is whether Rundstedt personally approved these orders or whether they were issued by subordinates using his signature authority. French government representatives are demanding prosecution. British military legal officers are building cases. By early 1946, it appears likely that Rundstedt will face war crimes charges. But Rundstedt's health becomes a complicating factor. At 70 years old, he suffers from heart disease and high blood pressure. Prison camp medical officers document multiple heart attacks or cardiac events during his captivity. His condition deteriorates throughout 1946. By summer, doctors assess that he may not survive prolonged imprisonment or the stress of trial. This creates a legal and political dilemma, prosecuting a 70-year-old man who may die before trial concludes, potentially turning him into a martyr or allowing him to escape justice through death. The decision to prosecute is repeatedly postponed. Evidence continues to be compiled. Witness statements are collected. Legal arguments are prepared. But the trial does not begin. Rundstedt remains in custody, his health declining, his fate uncertain. Other German generals are prosecuted in the High Command case at Nuremberg in 1948, charged with war crimes and crimes against humanity. Rundstedt is not included among the defendants despite evidence linking him to atrocities. The official reason is his health. The unstated reason may be political. Prosecuting Germany's most prestigious field marshal might antagonize Germans whose cooperation Western allies need as Cold War with Soviet Union develops. By 1948, the geopolitical context has shifted dramatically. Germany is divided into occupation zones controlled by Western allies and Soviet Union. Western zones are being rebuilt as a democratic state that will become West Germany. Soviet zone is being transformed into communist East Germany. The Western allies need German cooperation against Soviet expansion. Prosecuting aging Wehrmacht generals for war crimes serves no current political purpose and might alienate Germans whose support is needed. Pragmatism suggests releasing captured generals who are not major war criminals, allowing them to live quietly rather than pursuing prosecution that serves past justice at expense of current policy. Rundstedt benefits from this shift. In May 1949, British authorities release him from custody due to poor health. He has been imprisoned for 4 years without trial. Evidence of war crimes committed under his command remains in files but will not be presented in court. He is released to live in West Germany under medical supervision. The decision is controversial. French prosecutors object. Polish government protests. But British and American authorities proceed with release, concluding that Rundstedt's age and health make further imprisonment inhumane and that political circumstances favour clemency over prosecution. Released prisoners like Rundstedt face restricted circumstances. He cannot travel freely. He must report regularly to occupation authorities. He lives on a small pension, his property confiscated or destroyed, his status uncertain. He settles in Hanover in northern Germany, living in modest accommodations provided by former subordinates. The man who commanded millions of soldiers lives in a small apartment, his daily routine restricted to medical appointments and rare visits from old comrades. The post-war years are years of decline, physical health deteriorating, social status ambiguous, legacy contested. But Rundstedt's release allows him to shape his own historical narrative. He gives occasional interviews to German journalists and military historians. He corresponds with former Wehrmacht officers who are writing memoirs. His message is consistent. He was a professional soldier who served Germany, not the Nazi Party. He had no involvement in or knowledge of war crimes. He opposed Hitler's strategic decisions when professional judgment indicated they were wrong. He was a victim of circumstances beyond his control, a competent general serving an incompetent dictator. This narrative would become the foundation of the clean Wehrmacht myth that dominated post-war German historiography for decades. American and British military historians consult with Rundstedt in the early 1950s. They are writing official histories of the war and want German perspectives on operations. Rundstedt provides detailed accounts of campaigns he commanded, offering professional assessments of what succeeded and what failed. He is generous in praising Allied military competence, particularly American material superiority and operational flexibility. He is critical of Hitler's interference with military operations. His interviews create the impression of a reasonable professional soldier who would have achieved better results if not constrained by Nazi political leadership. This rehabilitation of Rundstedt's reputation is deliberate and partly self-serving. By positioning himself as a non-political professional, he distances himself from Nazi criminality. By emphasizing Hitler's interference with military operations, he shifts responsibility for German failures to the dictator rather than the generals who served him. By maintaining aristocratic dignity and professional courtesy with Allied interrogators and historians, he creates an image of the good German general who happened to serve a bad regime. This image would dominate English-language histories of the Wehrmacht for decades until archival research in the 1990s revealed more damning evidence of Wehrmacht complicity in war crimes. Rundstedt's capture and the subsequent decision not to prosecute him reflected broader Allied ambivalence about German military leadership. Prosecutors at Nuremberg established that waging aggressive war and committing war crimes were prosecutable offences, but application of these principles to Wehrmacht generals was inconsistent. Some were prosecuted and imprisoned. Others, like Rundstedt, were released without trial. The determining factors seemed to be health, political usefulness, and documentary evidence more than consistent application of legal principles. Justice was tempered by pragmatism, and pragmatism in the Cold War context meant not alienating Germans whose cooperation Western allies needed. The old soldier who surrendered in Bad Tölz in May 1945 never faced formal judgment for his service to Nazi Germany. The evidence of crimes committed under his command remained in archives but never entered courtrooms. The questions about his knowledge of atrocities, his responsibility for authorizing harsh reprisal measures, his complicity in genocidal operations conducted within his command areas remained unanswered by any legal process. He would die a free man. His reputation as a professional soldier largely intact, his role in enabling Nazi crimes obscured by the clean Wehrmacht myth he helped construct. Whether this represented mercy or injustice remained debated by historians for decades. But for Rundstedt, living quietly in Hanover in his final years, it represented survival and a form of vindication. He had served, he had been captured, he had been released. Whatever moral judgments others might make, he had done his duty as he understood it. And for a Prussian officer shaped by centuries of military tradition, duty was the only standard that mattered. October 15th, 1948. A British military tribunal in Hamburg considers charges against Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt related to the execution of French hostages during his command of occupation forces from 1940 to 1942. The prosecution presents documents bearing Rundstedt's signature authorizing reprisal measures against French civilians. Over 100 specific cases are documented: hostages shot in response to resistance activities, civilians executed for harboring partisans, collective punishments imposed on villages suspected of aiding the underground. The documentary evidence is damning. Rundstedt's signature appears on orders that resulted in hundreds of deaths. Yet the defense argues that these were military necessity measures, authorized by international law, that Rundstedt could not have personally reviewed every order issued from his headquarters, that staff officers used his signature authority for routine matters. The trial represents a critical moment in the post-war reckoning with Wehrmacht criminality. For years, captured German generals had maintained that the Wehrmacht fought a clean war, that atrocities were committed by SS units operating independently of military command, that professional soldiers like Rundstedt were uninvolved in Nazi crimes. This narrative was convenient for both Germans seeking to rehabilitate their military reputation and Western allies seeking German cooperation against Soviet expansion. But documentary evidence discovered in captured archives told a different story. Wehrmacht units cooperating extensively with SS killing operations, military commanders issuing orders that violated international law, systematic involvement of regular army forces in war crimes. The prosecution's case against Rundstedt focused on command responsibility doctrine. This legal principle, established at Nuremberg, held that commanders were responsible not only for actions they personally ordered, but also for crimes committed by forces under their command that they knew about or should have known about and failed to prevent or punish. The prosecution argued that Rundstedt, as Commander-in-Chief West, from July 1940 to March 1942, bore responsibility for hostage executions carried out by Wehrmacht units in France. His headquarters issued the orders, his signature authorized the policy. Whether he personally approved each execution was irrelevant if he established the policy framework that made executions routine. Specific cases illustrated the prosecution's argument. On October 22, 1941, a German officer was killed in Nantes, France, by resistance fighters. Within 48 hours, 50 French hostages were executed in reprisal. The order authorizing these executions came from Rundstedt's headquarters, citing Hitler's directive that 50 to 100 communists be executed for every German soldier killed. Similar reprisal executions occurred throughout occupied France: 27 hostages shot in Bordeaux, 50 in Chateaubriand, dozens more in Paris, Lyon, Marseille. Each execution followed the same pattern. Resistance activity triggered German reprisals. Military headquarters issued execution orders. Wehrmacht units carried out shootings. The cumulative total ran into thousands of French civilians executed under Rundstedt's command authority. The defense strategy emphasized Rundstedt's limited actual control over occupation policy. Defense counsel argued that orders issued from OB West headquarters originated with Hitler's directives transmitted through OKW. Rundstedt's role was administrative, signing and forwarding orders rather than formulating policy. The defense presented evidence that Rundstedt had objected to some reprisal measures, that he had attempted to moderate harsh policies, that he operated under constraints imposed by higher authority. Character witnesses testified that Rundstedt was a professional soldier who deplored unnecessary brutality, that he acted to protect French civilians when possible, that he was not a Nazi ideologue but a career officer following orders. The question of knowledge became central to the case. Did Rundstedt know about specific executions? The prosecution demonstrated that detailed reports of reprisal actions were submitted to his headquarters, that execution orders bore his signature or were issued with his authority, that he could not credibly claim ignorance of systematic hostage shootings occurring throughout his command area. The defense countered that a commander responsible for millions of soldiers across thousands of square miles could not monitor every action, that staff officers handled routine matters, that Rundstedt focused on strategic and operational issues rather than occupation administration. This tension between legal responsibility and practical capability remained unresolved throughout the proceedings. The tribunal also examined Rundstedt's role in enforcing the Commando Order, Hitler's directive from October 1942 ordering the execution of captured Allied commandos and special forces personnel. This order explicitly violated the Geneva Conventions by denying prisoner of war status to legitimate combatants. Documentary evidence showed that Rundstedt's headquarters transmitted the commando order to subordinate commands with instructions for implementation. British and Canadian commandos captured in raids on French coast were executed under this order's authority. The prosecution argued that transmitting and implementing an order that clearly violated international law constituted a war crime, regardless of whether Rundstedt personally approved the executions. Defense counsel argued that Rundstedt, like all German officers, was bound by military oath to obey the Supreme Commander's orders. Refusing to transmit the commando order would have constituted insubordination, punishable by dismissal or worse. The defense cited examples of German officers who had resisted Hitler's criminal orders and suffered consequences. General Blaskowitz protested atrocities in Poland and was removed from command. Officers involved in the July 20th assassination plot were executed. The implication was that Rundstedt's options were limited to compliance or martyrdom. Most officers chose compliance, and it was unjust to prosecute them for decisions made under duress. But the prosecution rejected this superior orders defense. Nuremberg had established that following orders was not an absolute defense to war crimes charges. Soldiers had an obligation to refuse clearly illegal orders. The commando order was transparently illegal, violating established international law protecting prisoners of war. Transmitting and implementing such an order, even under threat of personal consequences for refusal, constituted criminal conduct. Professional military competence in executing criminal orders did not absolve legal responsibility. Excellence in serving evil remained evil. The tribunal heard testimony about Rundstedt's command tenure during Operation Barbarossa in Ukraine from June to December 1941. This period saw the worst atrocities of the Holocaust's initial phase. Einsatzgruppen mass shootings, Wehrmacht cooperation with SS killing operations, systematic murder of hundreds of thousands of Jews and Soviet civilians. Prosecutors presented evidence that Army Group South, which Rundstedt commanded, provided logistical support, perimeter security, and personnel for SS killing operations. The Babi Yar massacre, where over 33,000 Jews were murdered in 2 days outside Kiev, occurred within Rundstedt's command area, with Wehrmacht units providing essential support functions. Rundstedt's defense to Barbarossa atrocities was the same defense he offered throughout his captivity. SS units operated outside his authority. He had no knowledge of mass killings. His responsibilities were military, not political. The defense emphasized the separation between Wehrmacht combat operations and SS security operations. While both occurred in the same territories, they functioned under different chains of command. Rundstedt commanded army units, Himmler commanded SS units. That SS atrocities occurred in Rundstedt's operational area did not make him responsible if he lacked authority over SS forces. This argument had superficial plausibility but collapsed under documentary scrutiny. Wehrmacht cooperation with SS killing operations was extensive and systematic. Army units transported Einsatzgruppen personnel, provided ammunition and supplies, secured killing sites, and in some cases participated directly in executions. Orders coordinating Wehrmacht and SS activities bore signatures of Rundstedt's staff officers. Situation reports documenting anti-partisan operations, transparent euphemisms for mass murder, were submitted to Army Group South headquarters. The claim that Rundstedt remained ignorant of systematic genocide occurring within his command area required believing that a competent field marshal somehow failed to notice the murder of hundreds of thousands of people supported by his own forces. By February 1949, the tribunal's proceedings had revealed uncomfortable truths about Wehrmacht complicity in Nazi crimes. The clean Wehrmacht myth, the comfortable narrative that SS committed atrocities while regular army fought honourably, was demonstrably false. Documentary evidence proved systematic cooperation between Wehrmacht and SS, military involvement in war crimes, command awareness of and tolerance for atrocities. Rundstedt's case illustrated a broader pattern. Professional soldiers who claimed to serve Germany rather than Nazism had in fact enabled the Holocaust through their professional competence. They had organised logistics that supported genocide, issued orders that facilitated mass murder, and maintained operational effectiveness that allowed criminal policies to be implemented efficiently. Yet, on February 23, 1949, the tribunal announced that charges against Rundstedt would be dropped due to his deteriorating health. Medical testimony indicated he had suffered multiple cardiac events during captivity, that stress of trial threatened his survival, that at 73 years old, with severe heart disease, he could not endure prolonged legal proceedings. Prosecutors objected that health issues were a convenient excuse for avoiding judgment. Defense counsel argued that prosecuting a dying man served no purpose. The tribunal concluded that humanitarian considerations outweighed prosecution imperatives. Rundstedt was released from custody in May 1949 without conviction or acquittal. The decision not to prosecute was controversial then and remained controversial in historical assessment. French representatives protested that victims of Rundstedt's reprisal orders deserved justice regardless of his health. Legal scholars argued that command responsibility doctrine was meaningless if senior commanders could avoid prosecution through medical deferrals. Historians noted the pattern. Many senior Wehrmacht officers avoided trial through health issues, death, or Cold War political considerations. The result was that accountability for Wehrmacht crimes remained incomplete, with lower-ranking officers prosecuted, while field marshals and generals largely escaped justice. The question of Rundstedt's guilt cannot be answered definitively because it was never adjudicated in legal proceedings. Documentary evidence demonstrated his signature on orders authorizing war crimes, his command responsibility for atrocities committed by forces under his authority, his awareness of systematic violations of international law. But legal guilt requires conviction after trial with due process. Rundstedt never received trial. He died legally innocent, though morally, the question remained contested. Was he a war criminal who escaped justice? Or was he a professional soldier trapped by circumstances beyond his control? The answer depended on whether one privileged legal proceedings that never occurred or documentary evidence that was never tested in court. The broader significance of Rundstedt's case extended beyond his individual guilt or innocence. His career illustrated how professional military excellence could serve criminal purposes, how traditional values of duty and obedience could enable genocide, how separation of military operations from political implications was a fiction that allowed atrocities. The Prussian military tradition that produced Rundstedt emphasized technical competence, operational skill, and loyalty to authority. These values were morally neutral, as effective serving criminal regimes as democratic governments. The failure of that tradition was its lack of moral framework for evaluating the purposes military excellence served. Rundstedt's generation of German officers had been raised to believe that soldiers executed policy determined by political leadership. They were trained to separate military professionalism from political judgment. This separation, which seemed to elevate military service above partisan politics, actually made military effectiveness available to any regime willing to employ it. When that regime was Nazi Germany conducting wars of conquest and genocide, professional military competence became complicit in crimes. The Nuremberg trials attempted to establish that soldiers bore responsibility for evaluating the legality and morality of orders they followed. But this principle was inconsistently applied, and officers like Rundstedt, who might have been held accountable, escaped prosecution. In his final years, living quietly in Hanover, Rundstedt maintained that he had been a soldier serving Germany, that his oath bound him to obey orders, that professional soldiers could not be held responsible for political decisions made by civilian leadership. This narrative allowed him to preserve his self-image as an honourable officer, to avoid confronting his complicity in Nazi crimes, to die believing he had done his duty regardless of the regime he served. Whether this represented successful psychological compartmentalization or moral blindness remained debated. What was clear was that Rundstedt never acknowledged moral responsibility for the atrocities committed under his command. He died convinced he had served honourably in an evil time, that professional competence was its own justification, that duty to authority superseded duty to conscience. The question of Rundstedt's guilt ultimately transcends legal verdicts or historical judgments. It raises fundamental questions about military professionalism, obedience to authority, and individual moral responsibility. Can soldiers serve criminal regimes and remain honourable if they personally commit no atrocities? Does professional excellence in executing criminal policies constitute complicity? At what point does following orders become moral cowardice? These questions apply not only to Rundstedt and his generation, but to any military professional serving any government. The uncomfortable truth his career illustrated was that professional soldiers, trained to obey and skilled in violence, can become instruments of enormous evil if their military culture provides no framework for evaluating the moral content of orders they follow. Rundstedt escaped legal judgment. History's judgment remained harsher, and moral judgment remained the burden of anyone studying his life and trying to understand how competence and criminality could coexist in one man's career. February 24th, 1953, 4 a.m. A modest apartment in Hanover, West Germany. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, 77 years old, wakes gasping for breath. Heart attack, the final one, the cardiac event his doctors have warned was inevitable. He does not call for help. There is no one to call. His wife is long dead. His staff has dispersed. He lives alone with occasional visits from former subordinates and medical supervision from doctors who have kept him alive these past 4 years since release from Allied custody. The pain is severe but brief. Within minutes, the Old Prussian's heart stops. The man who commanded Germany's last offensive in the West dies in darkness, alone for decades after the world he was born into disappeared in the trenches of the First World War. The funeral held on March 2nd in Hanover's Stadtfriedhof Cemetery, attracts several hundred mourners. Former Wehrmacht officers attend in civilian clothes, many wearing their old service decorations, iron crosses, and campaign ribbons from 2 world wars. There are no official representatives from the West German government, which is carefully avoiding association with the Nazi past. The British and American military government officials are conspicuously absent. This is a private ceremony for a man whose public legacy is contested. The eulogy, delivered by a former staff officer, praises Rundstedt as a great soldier and patriot who served Germany honourably in difficult times. No mention is made of war crimes allegations. No reference acknowledges the atrocities committed under his command. The official narrative is clear. Rundstedt was a professional soldier, not a Nazi criminal. Obituaries in German newspapers reflect the divided memory of Rundstedt's career. Conservative publications emphasize his military achievements, conquest of France, operational brilliance, professional competence. They portray him as a victim of Hitler's strategic incompetence, a capable general whose talents were wasted by fanatical leadership. Progressive publications are more critical, noting his service to Nazi Germany, the atrocities committed under his command, his escape from prosecution. The debate over Rundstedt's legacy mirrors broader debates in 1950s Germany about how to remember the Wehrmacht, whether German soldiers were victims or perpetrators, how to reconcile national pride with historical criminality. The immediate post-war period had seen emergence of the clean Wehrmacht myth, the narrative that regular German military forces fought honourably while SS and Nazi party organs committed atrocities. This myth served multiple purposes. It allowed former Wehrmacht personnel to rehabilitate their reputations. It provided West Germany with an acceptable national identity, separate from Nazi criminality. And it suited Western Allied interests during the Cold War by presenting West German military veterans as potential allies against Soviet expansion. Rundstedt became an exemplar of this myth. The aristocratic professional soldier who happened to serve during the Nazi period but maintained traditional military honour throughout. Western military historians in the 1950s and 60s largely accepted this narrative. English-language accounts of German operations praised Rundstedt's operational skill while downplaying his command responsibility for war crimes. B. H. Liddell Hart, the influential British military theorist, interviewed Rundstedt and other German generals in the late 1940s, relying on their accounts for his histories of World War II. These accounts emphasized German military professionalism, Allied material superiority, and Hitler's strategic errors. They minimized Wehrmacht involvement in Holocaust and other atrocities. Liddell Hart's widely read books shaped English-speaking understanding of the Wehrmacht for decades, establishing Rundstedt's reputation as a capable commander constrained by incompetent political leadership. American military historians similarly emphasize Rundstedt's professional competence. The U.S. Army Historical Division employed former German generals to write operational studies of campaigns, seeking to learn from Wehrmacht tactical and operational expertise. These studies, written by men who had served under or alongside Rundstedt, naturally portrayed him favourably. They focused on military operations while ignoring criminal conduct. The result was a body of historical literature that treated the Wehrmacht as a professional military force worthy of study and even admiration, separated from the criminal regime it served. This favourable assessment began to erode in the 1980s and 90s as historians gained access to previously restricted archives. German scholars, particularly a younger generation not personally implicated in the war, began systematically examining Wehrmacht records. They discovered extensive documentation of military cooperation with SS killing operations, Wehrmacht involvement in hostage executions and collective punishments, command-level awareness of and tolerance for atrocities. The clean Wehrmacht myth collapsed under archival evidence showing systematic military complicity in Nazi crimes. The Hamburg Institute for Social Research's 1995 exhibition Crimes of the Wehrmacht presented photographic and documentary evidence of military atrocities to German public. The exhibition was controversial, with Wehrmacht veterans and conservative politicians protesting its accuracy and motives. But the evidence was overwhelming. Photographs of Wehrmacht soldiers watching or participating in executions, orders from military headquarters authorizing reprisals, situation reports documenting anti-partisan operations that were transparent euphemisms for mass murder. Rundstedt's name appeared in exhibition documentation related to hostage executions in France and cooperation with SS operations in Ukraine. Historian Jürgen Förster's research, published in the 1990s, specifically examined Rundstedt's command of Army Group South during Operation Barbarossa. Förster documented Wehrmacht logistical support for Einsatzgruppen, military security operations that targeted Jewish populations, and cooperation between Army and SS units in mass killing operations. He demonstrated that Rundstedt received regular reports of these operations, that his headquarters issued orders facilitating SS activities, and that claims of ignorance were unsustainable given documentary evidence. Förster concluded that Rundstedt bore command responsibility for genocide committed within his operational area. British historian Geoffrey Megagee's study of German High Command, published in 2000, analysed Rundstedt's career within the context of Wehrmacht command culture. Megagee argued that Rundstedt represented a generation of German officers whose professional military values made them complicit in Nazi crimes. Their emphasis on duty, obedience, and operational excellence, combined with political passivity and moral compartmentalization, made them effective instruments for criminal policies. Rundstedt specifically exemplified how professional competence could serve evil purposes when separated from moral judgment. The Ardennes offensive, Rundstedt's most famous command, became a case study in failed military decision-making. Historical analyses demonstrated that the operation was doomed from conception, that professional military assessments predicted failure, that Hitler's ideological determination overrode operational logic. Rundstedt's role illustrated the bankruptcy of professional military culture that valued obedience over judgment. He had calculated the offensive's chances at 10%, had recommended alternatives, had opposed the plan's ambitious objectives, yet he had accepted command anyway, implementing an operation he knew would fail because refusing orders was unthinkable within his professional framework. Modern military ethicists studying Rundstedt's career identified it as illustrating dangers of value-neutral professionalism. Professional military education emphasizes technical competence, tactics, operations, logistics, leadership. Less emphasis is placed on ethical judgment about whether military excellence should be employed for particular purposes. Rundstedt mastered professional military arts but never developed framework for evaluating whether his professional skills should serve Nazi Germany's criminal enterprises. The lesson drawn was that military professionalism required moral education alongside tactical training, that officers needed framework for evaluating legitimacy of orders they received. The German military, reconstituted as the Bundeswehr in 1955, consciously rejected the Prussian military traditions Rundstedt embodied. The Bundeswehr emphasized citizens in uniform, democratic military culture, and individual moral responsibility. Officer education included study of Wehrmacht crimes and discussion of obedience versus conscience. Bundeswehr regulations explicitly stated that soldiers must refuse illegal orders, directly repudiating the superior orders defense that Rundstedt's generation had offered. Modern German officers were taught to view Rundstedt not as a role model but as a cautionary example of professional competence serving criminal purposes. By the early 21st century, Rundstedt's historical reputation had shifted dramatically from the immediate post-war period. No longer portrayed as a good German general victimized by Hitler's incompetence, he was increasingly viewed as complicit in Nazi crimes through his willing service and failure to oppose criminal policies. His operational competence was acknowledged but no longer celebrated. His claims of ignorance were rejected as implausible. His escape from prosecution was seen as fortunate for him but unfortunate for justice. The Field Marshal's baton he received in July 1940 symbolized not honor but complicity in one of history's most criminal regimes. Yet assessment of Rundstedt remained complicated by the genuine constraints he faced. German officers who resisted Hitler's criminal orders suffered severe consequences: dismissal, imprisonment, execution. The July 20th plotters, who attempted to assassinate Hitler, were hunted down and killed. The system provided no legitimate channels for opposing illegal policies. Officers faced stark choices: comply with criminal orders, resign and remove themselves from influence, or actively resist and risk death. Most chose compliance, calculating that they could moderate policies from within or that maintaining professional military effectiveness served Germany's interests regardless of the regime. These calculations proved tragically wrong, but the choices were genuinely difficult. The question of individual moral responsibility in systems that punish dissent remained philosophically complex. Was Rundstedt morally obligated to refuse criminal orders, even at cost of his career or life? Should he have resigned command rather than implement operations he believed were doomed? Could he have done more to prevent atrocities committed under his authority? These questions had no simple answers. What was clear was that Rundstedt's choices, individually rational and professionally justifiable within his cultural framework, collectively enabled enormous evil. Professional military excellence, divorced from moral judgment, had served genocide, making Rundstedt complicit regardless of his personal beliefs or limited options. The final irony of Rundstedt's legacy was that the military excellence he represented had failed strategically even as it succeeded tactically. German forces won impressive tactical victories throughout World War II, demonstrating operational skill and combat effectiveness, but tactical excellence could not overcome strategic idiocy. Hitler's decision to wage two-front war against enemies with overwhelming material superiority guaranteed German defeat regardless of tactical competence. Rundstedt and his fellow professional soldiers could not save Germany through military excellence because the war itself was unwinnable. Their professional skills were squandered in service to strategic madness. On the 70th anniversary of the Ardennes offensive, in December 2014, historical symposia in Belgium and Germany examined the battle's significance. Historians presented papers analysing German planning, Allied response, and operational outcomes. Rundstedt's role received extended discussion. The consensus was that he had been a figurehead commander with limited authority, that Hitler had controlled the offensive through OKW, that professional military advice had been systematically ignored. The Ardennes represented not just tactical failure, but systemic failure of German military culture. Professional soldiers had implemented an operation they knew was doomed because their culture provided no framework for refusing. In Hanover's Stadtfriedhof Cemetery, Rundstedt's grave is marked by a simple stone bearing his name, rank, and dates. It attracts occasional visitors, military historians researching the period, veterans paying respects to former commanders, tourists interested in World War II history. No plaques explain his career. No inscriptions celebrate his achievements. The grave is simply there, marking the resting place of a man whose life spanned the rise and fall of Prussian military culture, whose career illustrated both the excellence and bankruptcy of professional militarism divorced from moral judgment. The Old Prussian, who died in 1953, left a contested legacy. To some, he remained a capable soldier who served his country honourably in difficult times. To others, he was a war criminal who escaped justice through favourable political circumstances and fortunate timing. To most historians studying his career in the 21st century, he was something more complex, a product of military culture whose values were inadequate for the moral challenges of the 20th century. A professional soldier whose professional excellence enabled crimes he claimed not to support. A man whose choices illustrated how ordinary men serving extraordinary evil could become complicit in genocide while maintaining belief in their own honour. The question Rundstedt's life posed was not whether he was uniquely evil, he clearly was not, but whether professional military culture that emphasised competence over conscience, obedience over judgment, technical excellence over moral wisdom, could prevent its members from serving evil purposes. The evidence of his career suggested it could not. Professional soldiers trained to follow orders and skilled in violence required moral frameworks to evaluate whether their skills should be employed for particular purposes. Without such frameworks, professional excellence became available to any regime willing to employ it, and the most competent soldiers could become instruments of the greatest crimes. Gerd von Rundstedt died, believing he had served honourably. He maintained until his death that he had been a soldier doing his duty, that professional soldiers were not responsible for political decisions, that he had acted correctly within the constraints he faced. Whether this belief represented successful psychological compartmentalization or genuine moral blindness remained unknowable. What was clear was that millions had died in wars he helped prosecute, that atrocities had been committed under his command authority, that his professional excellence had served one of history's most criminal regimes. These were facts that could not be compartmentalized away, regardless of how Rundstedt rationalized his service. And so the old gentleman rested in his Hanover grave, his legacy as contested in death as his choices had been consequential in life, remembered not as a hero, but as a cautionary tale about the dangers of professional competence, divorced from moral courage, of duty without judgment, of excellence in service to evil.